seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The Spartans are state champions for the first time in school history. McLaughlin the rebound. The clock hits 0. The Spartans are state champions.
Homestead will win the victory bell for the first time in school history.
Goody to the basket, goes up and throws it down. Boom shakalaka, big another SAC Holiday Tournament crown.
The Spartans football team picked up another win last week in conference play, putting themselves back in the hunt for a conference championship. But just like every week so far, the Spartans face another must-win scenario if they want to hang on to the victory bell for another season. Tonight, Dave Walters Memorial Stadium welcomes in Bishop Dwenger, one of only 2 unbeaten SAC teams left after 3 weeks of football. The Spartans can shake up the conference and put themselves squarely back in the hunt for the title with a victory tonight. It's time for Week 4 of the high school football season, as tonight it's the 3-0 Bishop Dwenger Saints and the 2-1 Homestead Spartans, live from Homestead High School. Now it's time for the OPS pregame show. Here's play-by-play broadcaster Matt Saalfrank.
Welcome to Week 4 of the high school football season, everyone. We are broadcasting live from Dave Walters Memorial Stadium as the 2-1 Homestead Spartans take on the 3-0 Bishop Dwenger Saints. Thanks to our radio sponsors, Casa Ristorante, First Federal Savings Bank, Marco's Pizza, Moe's Southwest Grill, Salsa Grill, and Arby's, as well as our exclusive video sponsors, Fort Wayne Orthopedics and Optimum Performance Sports. On tonight's pregame show, you will hear Chris and I talk about last Friday's game against Bishop Luers and preview tonight's matchup between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. You'll hear Chris's interview with junior quarterback Austin Keyser and hear my interview with Homestead coach Sean Harkness. You'll also hear Chris and I make our predictions for tonight's games in the conference and look back to see how we fared last week. And speaking of last week, the Homestead football team got a much-needed win, defeating Bishop Luers 38-13 on the road. The offense was very productive, and the defense was dominant, just like against Concordia 2 weeks ago.
Well, I mean, is my mic on? Because the defense, the defense is kind of the big point this year for Homestead. The defense is what is going to make this team stand out. And I think that was huge for them to get momentum from last week into this week, is having a very good defense, and that's what they showed last week. And the offense did what they were supposed to do. They had a very good game. Evan Ormsby finally got some momentum going, so that was very good to see last week.
And the big reason why the Homestead offense was so successful last week was the fact that they turned it over 0 times. The team had 10 turnovers in the first 2 weeks, so last week was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It was. It was more about momentum going into this week, because we knew this week was going to be the big game. So that was big for us. Getting momentum and having the offense and defense show out was definitely a good thing for Homestead.
And that will take us to our first break of the night on the Optimum Performance Sports pregame show. Thanks to everyone joining us now, and stay tuned. When we come back, we will break down Homestead's opponent tonight, the 3-0 Bishop Dwenger Saints, right here on the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.
Marco's Pizza, located.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
To the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back live to Dave Walters Memorial Field as we get set for kickoff between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger on this Week 4 of high school football in Indiana. We now take a look at tonight's matchup on the field as we continue on in the OPS pregame show. And tonight the Spartans have their toughest opponent so far, the Bishop Dwenger Saints. Dwenger's 3-0 on the season and are considered by many to be the best team in the SAC. the Saints have a lot of talent on this roster with plenty of experience from the past 2 seasons.
Yes, definitely. 2 years ago, they won the state title with the quarterback that they have now, Brendan Lytle. So they obviously have a lot of experience working. They got Rocco at wide receiver. He's got some experience. They've thrown the ball to him a lot this season. So, this team's got experience, and I think their record shows a lot of that. They're 3-0, and they've had good records in the past, and I think a lot of that plays with experience. I'm sure it does. Having experience and having a very experienced coach is another thing. Having a coach that made it to the state title definitely makes a big impact.
And for Homestead, the next 4 weeks don't get any easier as they face Dwenger tonight, then Snyder, Northside, and Carroll in consecutive weeks. That's a really tough schedule for Homestead.
Oh, yes, it definitely is. That's kind of like when I looked at the schedule, that's like the 4 games where Homestead's going to prove who they are as a team this year. Having Dwenger, Snyder, Northside, and Carroll all 4 in a row is what can prove how good this Homestead team is and how they're going to compete down the road in the postseason.
And 1 year ago, Homestead defeated Bishop Dwenger at Shields Field 17-15, led by 2 rushing touchdowns from Braden Hardwick. This turned out to be the Saints' only loss all regular season as they finished second in the SAC behind unbeaten Homestead. The Spartans took the bell from Bishop Dwenger, and the Saints are on a mission to get it back this season. Tonight's matchup features 2 of the best teams in the conference and should be a good one on the field.
Oh, it definitely should be tonight. Dwenger is obviously one of the favorites this year to get back down to Indianapolis and have a run at the state title. And I think they're definitely one of the teams that have a shot every year just because they're not in 6A, so they're not playing the biggest schools, but they're in a very good class. So they got to play some tough competition down the road, but they are a very good team, and I think they are really set up for a state run because they are right now number 4 in both 5A polls. So obviously they are definitely deep in their roster, and they can definitely make a run in the playoffs.
And that will take us to another break as we get closer to kickoff of tonight's matchup between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. Stay with us as next you'll hear my interview with Homestead receivers coach Sean Harkness and get his thoughts on tonight's matchup right here on the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.
Rethink your limits.
Here at Homestead High School Media, we're taking steps to stay safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. That includes limiting the number of workers in the TV studio and wearing masks when not on camera. We also socially distance our anchors each week at the news desk. In the studios, we limit the number of people allowed in at a time, and even our mics wear masks. Thank you for doing your part in helping fight COVID-19.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back to the OPS pregame show. I'm now joined by Homestead Spartan receivers coach Sean Harkness, who is the acting head coach tonight while Coach Dolman is away. And Coach, last Friday night, the Spartans got a much-needed win with a 38-13 victory at Bishop Luers. Overall, how would you rate the team's performance last week?
I think the coaching staff was pretty happy with the performance against Luers. The score looked really good. We were happy with that, but there's still, as we looked, there's still things we can clean up, and we're excited to maybe clean those up this week and look even better than we did last week.
And last week I talked with Coach Dolman about how taking care of the ball played a large part in the team's success or failure so far this season on the offensive end of the ball. Against Luers, the Spartans committed no turnovers for the first time this season and put up a season-high 38 points. When the offense is playing like they did last week, this Homestead football team can be very dangerous.
No doubt. I think that's an adage that you have with all levels of football, whether it's NFL, college, or even PAL. I mean, you just can't turn the ball over. And the first couple of weeks we did that a lot, and it made us, we paid for it. But, last week we figured it out. A lot of it's just a concentration thing, execution thing. And, we did a good job last week.
Coach Sean Harkness joins me here in the pregame show. And wide receiver Nate Anderson is someone who had a big game last Friday, catching 2 touchdowns. How nice was it to have a player like Anderson step up when some of the other receivers were struggling with drops throughout the night?
That was huge. We knew Nate was going to be a special player, and we told him after the second week that this is not normal, just the way the nights went. He didn't get a ton of touches. We don't ever call plays just for one person. It's just the way where we are in the field and things like that. But at the same time, we said, you're going to get your chances. And, of course, that came true last Friday.
And I know it was a great night offensively, putting up 38 points, but 1 of 7 on third downs and less than 280 total yards. Has to be a tiny bit concerning. No turnovers was a step in the right direction. Now what else do you think the offense needs to improve upon or fix to get even better?
Yeah, you mentioned the third down and fourth down conversions. We have to get better at that. Those are called money downs for us. The defense calls it that, and so do we. And we have to improve on the money downs. We have to be able to keep drives going when we're third and short, third and medium. And we have to, the more you keep those drives going, the more points you get on the board. So like I said, even though we had 38 points last week, I think we can improve on that.
And last week was the first time fans were allowed all season in the SAC. How nice was it to hear some crowd noise for the first time this year supporting the Spartans?
It's awesome. It's weird. I think sports in general are supposed to be played with people in the stands. I still would rather play with no fans than not play at all, but it definitely was a boost to have people in the stands. I think it helped the players even more than the coaches. I mean, once we get involved with our headsets on, we kind of get tuned in, but I know the kids really feel the effects from the stands.
And tonight you assume the head coaching duties while Coach Zolman is out tonight. What has the past couple days been like with the team, and can we expect to see anything different tonight?
No, I don't think it's going to be a lot different. I think it's going to be the same stuff that we do, just trying to perfect what we do and do things better than we did the first 3 weeks. I think we had some really good practices this week. We were really happy. And even though Coach Zolman's going to be away this week, we have a quality coaching staff. Offensive coordinator Bill Skelton and defense coordinator Tim Messel will have things totally under control. And we told our players that not to miss a beat. Coach Zolman told them that we face adversity all the time, and he's facing some now, and the team is a little bit. But he says we just persevere like we always do.
And a lot of eyes are going to be on tonight's game as you face up against one of the SAC favorites this year, Bishop Dwenger. The Spartans have been the favorite each game this season, but now you enter as the underdogs. How do you address the team when people around the area consider you to be the underdogs?
Sometimes it's a good motivating force. Sometimes when you are the favored team, you get comfortable. And when you feel disrespected a little bit, then it's a chip on your shoulder, and it kind of gives you a little fire in the belly, and it helps you get maybe focused a little more and play even a little harder than we've played already.
In this Dwenger team has a lot of talent and a lot of Tippmans. Running back and linebacker Devin Tippman is one of the best from that group. How do you plan to slow him down tonight?
Our defense, we were really happy, even in our loss. We were really happy with the way our defense is flying around. They fly to the ball. They're incredibly aggressive. Of course, after getting 5 defensive starters back after that Northrop loss, that helps a lot too. But no, I think the key is going to be having team tackling, just getting to him, getting to the ball, and bringing him down.
Finally, Coach, can you give us some keys to Homestead Spartan victory tonight?
You mentioned it earlier. I think some of the keys are not turning the ball over, sustaining drives, which means making sure those money downs are turned into first downs, and controlling their offense as best we can. They're not a high-powered offense. They're more of a grinded-out offense, and I think our defense is definitely up to the task, though.
All right, Coach. Thanks. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more of the OPS pregame show leading up a kickoff of tonight's game. Up next, you'll hear Chris's interview with Homestead junior cornerback Austin Keyser and get his thoughts on tonight's matchup against Bishop Dwenger. It's Homestead and Bishop Dwenger right here on the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
I'm here with Homestead Junior cornerback Austin Keyser for this week's player interview here on the OPS pregame show. And Austin, let's take it back to last year. What was it like being on an incredible team and watching an historic season from the sidelines?
It was really an amazing experience. I mean, playing with players like Cam and Jake, it was really all fun, and it prepared me for this year.
Yeah, so like you said, last year you saw a lot of senior experience on the defense side of the ball with Nick Martin, Cam Rogers, and Jake Archbold. How did those guys influence you, and how did they influence the game you play today?
I definitely learned a lot off the field and how to train for the big games. With seniors like those players, they definitely taught me a lot more off the field, and I really looked up to all of them.
So talk about in the off season, COVID affected that and there wasn't a lot of training time. So how did you prepare for the upcoming season?
I prepared a lot. I trained. I learned to eat good. I had a meal plan, and yeah.
I'm here with Junior Austin Keyser in the Optimum Performance Sports pregame show. So let's move on to this year. Your role has changed now. You're a starting quarterback. What did you do to maybe transition from not starting to starting this year?
I definitely had to learn a lot more footwork, and I had to be more prepared. I was never used to the big game or being in the spotlight.
So being a defensive player, how great was it last week seeing your offense get the mojo going, get the flow going, and scoring a lot of points last week?
It was a lot of fun. I really like how the sidelines react to that, and it definitely gets the game more energy.
So what is it like playing with Palmer, Etchison, and Burden on the defense side of the ball this year? Because the Homestead defense is at full strength now, and they look great. So what is it like playing with that defensive core of guys?
It's definitely an exciting experience, seeing them play the way they do, and it's a really strong defense and a good group of guys.
So tonight, or last week, you had fans back. So what is that, what do fans bring to the atmosphere? And tonight, you finally play on your home field with fans. So what's the experience like with fans?
It's really exciting to have fans, but I think we still have to focus on being energetic on the field because that's all we really need.
I'm here with Austin Keyser in the OPS pregame show, and a question that we ask every player on the pregame show about is your future. So you are obviously a junior, so maybe your answer won't be as big as some of the seniors, but as of right now, do you have any plans to continue your athletic and academic career, beyond Homestead at the collegiate level?
I definitely aspire to be a college athlete, and I really want to play football at the college level. I just need to keep working and prove to the coaches that I can do it.
So it's been a crazy start to the football season, the SAC, right? Carroll is 3-0, putting up big numbers on the offense side of the ball. Northrop has a lot of talent this year, and Snyder is 1-2, which is crazy for me to even say. So what do you think of the new and improved competition in the SAC and not being able to take a week off because everyone is so competitive this year?
It definitely makes it a lot more fun. It's a lot more exciting, but we still just have to focus on the week ahead of us and prepare for each and every game.
So I'm here with Junior Austin Keyser in the Optimum Performance Sports pregame show. So let's look at tonight. You play a tough 3-0 Bishop Dwenger team who has a lot of momentum going into the game tonight with a 3-game winning streak. What's it going to take to win tonight?
We really just have to be physical on both sides of the ball. Use our skill against them and use our speed against them.
All right. Thanks, Austin. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back with more of the OPS pregame show leading up to kickoff tonight's Week 4 matchup right after this. You're listening to Homestead Spartan Football on the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.
We've got Homestead volleyball action coming up next Tuesday on Homestead Live as the Spartans take on the Huntington North Vikings. Only on your exclusive Homestead Sports video provider, Homestead Media on YouTube. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock.
.91 FM.
Welcome back to the OPS pregame show, and now let's take a look back to last week's scores and see how we both fared in our predictions. Looking at the Southside and Bishop Dwenger game, Dwenger led 33-0 entering the fourth quarter. Southside scored a couple touchdowns to make it look a little bit closer, but the Saints improved to 3-0 with a 33-13 win. That was probably the most expected result probably all season. Dwenger possibly the best team in the SAC against Southside, probably the worst team in the SAC, Chris.
Yeah, right, exactly. I think Dwenger did what they were expected to do and scored 33 points, like you said, going into the fourth quarter. And Dwenger was able to get some of their backups in, so I'm sure it was a productive night for Dwenger on both sides of the ball.
Now looking at Northrop at Wayne, a lot of people thought Northrop was one of the best teams in the SAC because they were 2-0 at the time. The Wayne offense put on a show, and Northrop was not able to make a comeback late in the game. A tough loss for the Bruins against a team they should have beaten, losing 42-33 against Wayne.
Wayne just ran the ball the whole game. They had the running back that they have had 302 rushing yards, which is huge for them. So that was a very good win for Wayne, maybe looking to turn their season around, but tough loss for Northrop. Northrop was definitely a favorite going into that game, and they dropped the ball on that one.
Now looking at Concordia at Snyder. Snyder won 27-0, and this looked more like the Snyder from 2019 and pretty much every other year as the Panthers rolled over Concordia. Cadets shut out 2 games in a row, first to Homestead and then to Snyder. And we talked about how fans played an impact last week, at least I did with Braden Carroll when he was on during the segment for Snyder during the pregame show. And I think the sideline support helped the Panthers get the win. No fans the first 2 weeks. A rough start for Snyder. And fans come back having some voices on the sideline. I'm not saying that's the only reason they performed that well, but I would say it's a pretty big reason. And now the big question, is Snyder back to being Snyder? I wouldn't count Snyder out of the conference quite yet. I mean, 2 losses, they could run the table, finish 7-2. They still have to play the top 4 teams in the standings, Dwenger and Carroll, who are both 3-0, and Homestead and Northrop, who are both 2-1. So you never know if Snyder wins out. I mean, they could win the conference, but it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, definitely. If they win out, they could win the conference. But I thought it was a good win for Snyder to get some momentum going into this week again. But for them, I'd like to hit on the point that Concordia was without their quarterback again. So that's always a tough thing for Concordia, is not playing with their quarterback. And that kind of played a big dividend into why they lost 2 games by shutout. So, but yeah, that's a very good win for Snyder, looking to turn their season around now.
And now the most hyped up game last week by far was Northside at Carroll, and it certainly did not disappoint as Carroll got the 76-48 win. And this is football, not basketball. It looks more like a basketball score. We knew this one was going to be a shootout. I don't think anyone expected a shootout like this. Carroll puts up 76 points on a Northside defense that held Dwenger to 27 points 2 weeks ago. Jeff Becker had 460 passing yards, 8 passing touchdowns, and 1 rushing touchdown for Carroll. The Chargers offense has scored a total of 166 points in 3 games, which is about 55.3 points per game average. Not even the high-powered 2019 Homestead offense got near that mark, as their highest output was 56 points against Southside last year. And there's got to be a lot of frustration for Northside, as they had almost 200 penalty yards on 19 penalties. And after the win over Snyder, Northside is 1-2 overall in the season and need to break a 2-game losing streak. Any thoughts about that game from last week, Chris?
Well, I thought it was a great game for Carroll on the offense side of the ball. They got the ball rolling early. Like you said, 460 passing yards for Jeff Becker. He is definitely one of the best in the SAC at the quarterback position, if not the best. And for Northside, they have definitely fallen off that first week victory. Now they got 2 losses against 2 very good teams, though. Like you said, Dwenger, who's top of the SAC, and Carroll, who's up there, too. So not bad losses for Northside, but you know that they're not feeling good about it. So look for Northside definitely to come out with some fire in tonight's game if they can, to try and turn their season around like Snyder did last week.
And we talked about how that going into last week, we knew that Carroll-Northside game was going to be a shootout. And according to Max Preps, some of the players from last week are towards the top of the nation in some statistical categories. Deuce Taylor, the quarterback for Northside, 4th in the United States with 1,104 passing yards and 11th in passing touchdowns, which is 12 total. That's crazy. So Deuce Taylor, quarterback from Fort Wayne, Indiana, is 4th in the United States in passing yards. That's pretty crazy, Chris. I know most states haven't started their season or it's canceled, but still, it's pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I was going to say, like, not all states are playing right now, but these are still very good stats. I mean, I'm sure if he had that and all the states were playing, he might not be 4th, but he would definitely be up there. Those are very impressive stats, and he's definitely one of the players in the SAC that you have to look out for week in and week out.
And Jeff Becker, the quarterback for Carroll, he's 9th passing nationally, 1,006 yards, 3rd out of juniors in the country, and actually now 2nd in Indiana, with Deuce Taylor being the 1st in passing yards. And Mason Englert, a receiver for Carroll, is on my notes I have 3ND. I'm not sure if that's 3rd or 2nd. I think he's 3rd, I'll say, in the nation in receiving yards. 1st in Indiana with 573 receiving yards, and that's over 100 more than the next player in the state. He's 1st in the country in receiving touchdowns, and obviously 1st in Indiana with 8 receiving touchdowns. So Becker and Englert also putting up crazy numbers for Carroll.
Yeah, I think those two guys are definitely a key point for Carroll on how they're so good this year. It's just the connection that they have, and I was watching some of the game today, and man, did Carroll's offense look good. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with, and if you're going to beat Carroll, you got to stop those two guys.
Yeah, so we looked at, aside from the Homestead Bishop Luers game from last week, looking at the 4 other games from last week in the SAC. Now let's take a look at how we did in our predictions. It was kind of a rough week for me. I went 2-2. Chris, you went 3-1. We both picked Dwenger to beat Southside, and we both picked Carroll to beat Northside. But I picked Concordia to beat Snyder. That didn't happen. And then we both picked Northrop to beat Wayne, and that didn't happen. So I went 2-2. You went 3-1 on the weekend. I guess I should mention this. Braden Carroll, who was on the pregame show last week for this segment, he went 1-3. The only game he got right was picking Bishop Dwenger to beat Southside, which really isn't much. So Braden Carroll, not good at predicting games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 1-3, he picked Northside to win and Concordia. I'll tell you what, I think I got lucky with that Snyder game. There's just something that I thought that Concordia, without their quarterback, I thought Snyder was going to come out. But I did not expect a shutout, and I did not expect Snyder to win by as much. But, yeah, I got a lead on you now, Matt. You got to catch up.
Yeah, now looking at overall on the season after 3 full weeks of predictions, Chris, you are 10-2, and I am 9-3, so 1 game back. We'll have to see how that goes after today.
Yeah, there's a game that we picked differently, so maybe you get it right and tie it up, or I get it right and go up by 2.
And I guess looking at some more of just interesting stuff about the conference standings after 3 weeks. Only 4 teams in the SAC have a winning record right now. Carroll and Dwenger, both 3-0, and Northrop and Homestead, both 2-1. And Northrop obviously beat Homestead in week 1. Homestead plays Dwenger tonight, and Dwenger plays Carroll next week, and Carroll plays Northrop tonight. So you got a lot of the top 4 teams playing each other. We could have a 4-way tie at 3-1 for first in the SAC tonight if Northrop and Homestead win. And Homestead, they're 1 of 3 teams to have a winning streak of 2 games or longer right now. Carroll and Dwenger both have 3-game winning streaks. And through 3 games, we mentioned it earlier, Carroll, 55.3 points per game, is on pace to have a better scoring offense than 2019 Homestead, who after 3 games was only averaging 43 points per game. And this is already a very long segment. It's going to get a little bit longer. And now let's take a look at some of the other games in the SAC this week, starting with the least interesting to the most interesting, in my opinion. Number 4, Snyder at Southside.
Southside is definitely struggling to get anything going on the offense side of the ball this year. They lost to Dwenger 33-13. Granted, their 13 points came when Dwenger's backups were in, because Dwenger is not a team that likes to run up the scoreboard. Snyder is coming off their first win of the year, so they definitely have momentum going into this game. And they scored 27 points against a very good Concordia defense that is very good this year. So I think Snyder wins big.
A couple of weeks ago, this probably would have been a close game. Snyder looked like they might not win a single game after back-to-back 30-point losses to start the season. And with a change of personnel, the Panthers looked like a completely different team. Like you said, 27-0 win against Concordia is impressive considering Homestead only beat Concordia 7-0 the week prior. And on the other side, Southside, they could do nothing against Dwenger last week, scoring late in the fourth quarter when the Saints had all their backups in. I think Snyder is back to being Snyder somewhat, and a matchup with Homestead next week will certainly be telling. I think the Panthers improved to 2-2 and shut out Southside. The next interesting game, in my opinion, is Wayne at Northside this week.
Wayne's coming off their first win of this season, and Wayne's running back Chris Thomas finished with 302 rushing yards. So you know Sherwood Haydock has a lot of experience and knows what he's doing with the Wayne offense. Northside has taken 2 tough losses since week 1, but against 2 powerhouses in the SAC, so there's something to be said for that. Northrop is definitely looking to get back on track with this game if they can get a victory. There is something about this game that makes me want to pick the Generals, but I just can't. I'll take Northside 31-21.
I would agree. This has the potential to be an upset. Northside, they're coming off of games against Snyder, Dwenger, and Carroll to start the season, which is by far the most difficult schedule any team in the SAC has had to play to this point. Wayne, they're coming off an upset win against Northrop. Well, upset in terms of records. I talked about with Braden last week, even though Northrop was 2-0 and Wayne was 0-2. I could see Wayne winning. Of course, I didn't pick Wayne, and my record suffers because of that. But this one could be a shootout. Probably not quite like Carroll Northside last week, but Wayne and Northside this week could be another explosive game. I think Northside wins as Deuce Taylor has another productive game. For the Legends, continuing on, top 2 games of the week. Well, I don't really want to say that because Dwenger and Homestead is obviously the game of the week. But aside from that, Lures at Concordia. Who do you have in that one, Chris?
Concordia finally gets their quarterback back, and that is a big key for tonight's game. We know Concordia's defense is legit. They are very good, and last week they kind of fell off with a 27-0 loss, but holding Homestead to 7-0 with a lot of turnovers really paid dividend to how good that Concordia defense is. And with Lures last week, we saw Brody Glenn have a great night against Homestead. That's definitely something, or he is definitely someone that Concordia has to keep in their sights at all times. But tonight, I think Concordia rolls in this one by at least 2 touchdowns. They get their momentum back and finally get back on the right track.
And after rumors last week of getting quarterback Brandon Davis back, it appears Concordia will finally be at full strength, at least at the quarterback position. I would assume their center also comes back. And the 2 weeks Davis has been out, Concordia has not scored a single point. And Concordia's opponent is Lures, who is coming off a 38-13 loss to Homestead last week. You know, we saw Lures starting running back and safety Ramon Anderson go out in the first quarter and never to return again. We also saw backup running back and starting defensive back Sir Hale playing limited minutes because of an injury he had in the first half. I don't know for sure if the Knights will be fully healthy tonight, but I am leaning in that direction for them to get the win. A name that a lot of people are not talking about is, well, I guess aside from us, we talk about him quite a bit last week, Brody Glenn, who is probably the best receiver in the area that no one has heard of. He made the Homestead corners work all night long last week, as Glenn was a bright spot for Bishop Lures. If quarterback Carson Clark and receiver Brody Glenn are on the same page tonight, Concordia could have a tough time slowing the Lures offense down. I'm going to take Bishop Lures by 4 in that one, and then Carroll at Northrop. Aside from Homestead Dwenger, in my opinion, the best game of the week.
Carroll is definitely good this year. Jeff Becker is one of the best in the SAC, like I said, if not the best. 14 touchdowns in 3 games for Jeff Becker is crazy. Northrop lost last week to Wayne, which was a tough loss for them. Their defense looked like they had never seen a good running back last week, but they played Braden Hardwick and did all right against him. So I guess Sherwood Haydock came up with something crazy last week. But I think this will be another game where Jeff Becker just shows out. Him and Mason Engler are going to hook up at least 3 times for a couple touchdowns. But I think Carroll wins this game 48-20.
Yeah, in terms of records, this is by far the best game tonight. Carroll 3-0, Northrop 2-1. When I'm putting these best game rankings together, this probably shouldn't have been number 1 considering we both think Carroll's going to win in a blowout. But Carroll, like I said, 3-0, Northrop 2-1, who has a head-to-head win over a depleted Homestead defense in week 1. And unfortunately for Northrop, Carroll has one of the best offenses in the state and country, putting up over 55 points per game through 3 weeks. quarterback Jeff Becker and receiver Mason Englert are some of the best players statistically in the country right now. After putting up 76 points against Northside last week, I think Carroll will have a rough game, only putting up 63 tonight against Northrop. And this is a dangerous Carroll team, and I look forward to their matchup next week against Dwenger in a couple weeks with Homestead. And sorry, Northrop fans, but there's going to be a very small chance you win tonight. So that's our predictions. Any final thoughts before we take another break, Chris?
I'm very shocked that you picked Lures, to be honest with you. But you know what? I'm hoping to get another victory and keep it to 2-game lead on you.
Yeah, you know, I got to take some risks. I got to start picking some different games. So we pick the same teams to win every week. The standings will never really change. I'll always be 1 game back. So yeah, I guess we'll see in a couple hours if Lures is able to knock off Concordia. I sure hope so. And that will take us to another break as we inch our way towards the scheduled 7 o'clock kickoff. Stay with us, and when we come back, Chris will tell you his keys to the game. You're listening to the OPS pregame show on the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.
Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back live to Homestead High School. Just 8 minutes away from kickoff between the big game tonight, Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. It's a pretty windy here. Good to be back home, away for 2 weeks at Concordia. Bishop, Lewis, Chris, good to be back in the Homestead press box.
Yes, definitely. It always feels good to be back when you return home, and I'm sure that's a good thing for the Homestead football team, too, being back in front of their home crowd. Lots of noise tonight coming from the Spartan fans.
Yeah, and you talk about fans. Week 1, Homestead's only home game to this point in the season. No fans were allowed now at Homestead. Great to hear some Homestead fans at their true home stadium.
Yes, exactly. That's one of the big things is I'm sure all the Homestead fans are excited to be back. They're ready to watch some Homestead football, and watching Homestead football on their home turf is definitely what the parents want to see tonight.
All right, Chris, let's get into the keys for the game. First, looking at the matchup between the Homestead offense and the Bishop Dwenger defense.
Well, I think we know that the Homestead offense is going to come out and try to run the ball against a tough Bishop Dwenger defense. That's something that we got to understand, is the fact that the Bishop Dwenger defense is very good. Definitely one of the best in SAC. So Homestead's got to look to come out and get some points early to get up on the on the Dwenger defense.
I think a key for the Homestead offense, and it's a pretty obvious one, just limit the turnovers. They had 0 last week against Bishop Lures after having 10 total the first 2 weeks of the season. A lot of them were interceptions. A lot of them were fumbles. So if Homestead can limit the turnovers, that's going to be a big key tonight. And like you said, the run game, getting Braden Hardwick going against this Dwenger, very good Dwenger run defense is going to be huge. And then looking at the Bishop Dwenger defense, very talented, just talent all over the field. Key player and a name we're going to say a lot tonight, both sides of the ball, Devin Tittman.
Yes, that's definitely a name that we're going to say a lot tonight. We got to watch out for him as a linebacker. He's a very good linebacker. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be all over the Homestead run tonight because that's what he's going to want to do, and he's quick on his feet, so definitely got to watch out for him.
Yeah, Devin Tittman, 15 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss and 2 sacks through 3 games on the season. The inside linebacker for Bishop Dwenger, senior, number 25. You'll see him a lot all over the field tonight, both sides of the ball. Also, one of the primary running backs for the Bishop Dwenger offense. Also, another name to watch out for, John Michael Fabini, the outside linebacker for Bishop Dwenger. 16 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, and 4 sacks on the season. Another senior, and I guess I'm talking about 2 linebackers. Talk about the other 2, Matthew Jimenez and Sam Pesa, both seniors. This Dwenger team has a great group of linebackers.
Yeah, they definitely do. That's something that we got to watch out for tonight. Is the Bishop Dwenger, their linebackers are going to try to read the run. They're trying to get Hardwick in their sight, and if they get that, then the Dwenger defense is going to be good tonight.
So we talked about the matchup between the Homestead offense and the Dwenger defense. Now let's look at the Dwenger offense and the Homestead defense. What are some keys for that aspect of the game?
What I'm sure all the Homestead fans would like to see, and something I want to see, I'd like to see the Homestead defense force a couple turnovers tonight. I feel like that's something that we didn't see last week, was forcing some turnovers. So I think if they can force a couple turnovers tonight against Dwenger, Homestead would be looking pretty good. And of course for Dwenger, they're going to try to do the same thing Homestead does, get their running game going. But I'm sure if Brendan Lytle has a pretty good game for Dwenger, then Homestead's defense has to keep up with him.
Yeah, for Bishop Dwenger, you have a trio of really good Tippmann running backs. Louis Tippmann, a senior, about 100 rush yards on the season. KJ Tippmann, the H-back, 1 rush touchdown on the season. And the main running back, Devin Tippmann, we talked to him on the defensive side of the ball last week. Only 7 carries, but had 3 rushing touchdowns for the season. Total 4 rushing touchdowns and 1 receiving touchdown. So Dwenger has a lot of great players in terms of the run game, very capable players. And a big connection to watch out for tonight through the air, Brendan Lytle to Rocco Sioka. Sioka, only a junior on the season, nearly 300 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. Only had 1 catch last week against Southside. He wasn't needed much as Dwenger rolled by 20 points as they improved to 3-0. Brendan Lytle, a senior, a lot of people know his name, about a 3-year starter for this Dwenger team, was the starter when they won the state championship in 2018 in Class 4A. And now looking at this Homestead defense, obviously Luke Palmer, the main name to watch out for. Who are some other players to watch out for in this Homestead defense?
Well, I'd like to see Ryan Burton step up tonight. I think he's definitely one of the seniors that would step up tonight, and Cole Etchison in there too. Both seniors got a lot of experience on the defense side of the ball, and the defense is definitely the strong point for Homestead. So if they can step up tonight, that would be huge for Homestead.
In Bishop Dwenger, you got to think they're going to go to the pass game a little bit more than usual. Obviously a great running team year in and year out, but Homestead cornerbacks, Austin Keyser, 5'8", Desmond Smith, 5'7". Main receiver for Dwenger, Rocco Sioka, he's about 6'4". You also have Jack Tippmann, the tight end, he's about 6'3" or so. So this Dwenger receiving group has the height advantage by far, and these Homestead cornerbacks could have some trouble tonight.
I think you got to watch out for Dwenger, though, is the fact that if they don't have to throw the ball, they most likely won't throw the ball. Their biggest thing is their run game, and if they can get the running game going early, you probably won't see them throw the ball a lot. If Homestead's defense is all over their run game, then yeah, Dwenger's going to have to start throwing the ball, and they could be very good at that. Like you said, they got the height with the wide receivers, so if they get their running game struggling early, look for them to pass the ball.
Let's take a little look into Dwenger's schedule so far this season. Opened at home against Wayne, won that one pretty easily, 35-12. Next week at Northside, they won that one 27-14. And then last week they won 33-13 against Southside. That score a little bit misleading as they were up 33-0 after 3 quarters. So this Dwenger team, they pretty much run through their schedule to this point.
Dwenger is not a team that looks to run up the scoreboard. I think that's a big point for them, is they're not a team that's going to run up the scoreboard and try to put the most points up they can. They just get the victory, and then they put in their backups to get experience for them. So those scores, you might say they only scored 35. Well, they're not looking to run up the scoreboard. They're just going in there, and then they're going to get the backups in. So I think those 3 scores are definitely a defining for Dwenger on how good they are.
Yeah, Homestead Dwenger tonight, and Carroll and Dwenger next week, the 2 undefeated teams. At this point in the season, will both of those teams still be undefeated next week? We'll have to see as Carroll takes on Northrop tonight. Very excited for kickoff. Like we said, very windy out. Great to see some fans back here at Homestead High School. This Homestead defense, strong, second best scoring defense in the SAC, under 13 points per game they allow. And the Bishop Dwenger defense also very strong. They allow exactly 13 points per game, which is third in the SAC. So both these defenses are two of the best in the conference.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the points that everyone's honing in around the area is how good these two defenses are, and that's definitely a spot that we got to watch tonight is how good the Dwenger defense is and how good the Homestead defense is and how they go back and forth.
It'll be Homestead to kick off, Bishop Dwenger to receive to start this game. Dixon to kick off, ball up in the air, and it is caught at the 5-yard line. That looks like Finley across the 25 and brought down about the 27-yard line. So Bishop Dwenger will start on offense this game, led by quarterback Brendan Lytle, a senior on the season, 407 pass yards, 5 passing touchdowns, 22 of 33 passing. He's off to a good start this year for Bishop Dwenger.
He's off to a great start for them. Obviously, like I said, they don't look to throw the ball much, but those numbers are very good for a team that their first hand is running the ball. So those are very good stats.
One receiver out left. Running back in the backfield alongside Lytle for Bishop Dwenger. Handoffs up the middle. That's Devin Tippmann. And he's crushed by a Homestead defender, but still able to spin around and pick up a few more yards. Get it to about 2nd and 5 for Bishop Dwenger.
That right there, that's just Dwenger's game. Get 5 yards every play. That's something that I think Dwenger prides themselves on, is getting at least 5 yards every play, and they're definitely very good at doing that. They are good at getting 5 yards per game, so that's definitely something that Homestead defense got to be on top of.
And this is the 5th straight season that Dwenger started 3-0, and it looks like the clock still at 12 minutes. And Dwenger, a great run to start this game. Devin Tippmann, a pickup of about 6 yards. Devin Tippmann, one of many Tippmans on this Bishop Dwenger roster. I mentioned Devin, 7 carries, 31 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns last week against the Southside Archers in the 33-13 win.
Tell you what, if Homestead's going to win tonight, it's definitely going to come from the defense stopping the run game. That's something that Homestead's got to be on top of.
And now it looks like KJ Tippmann, number 23, in his H-back for Bishop Dwenger. Lytle, the quarterback. Tippmann, the running back. Hand off to the H-back up the middle. KJ Tippmann dives forward for a couple yards, bring up 3rd and about 1 for Bishop Dwenger on the first drive of the game.
Looks like Homestead's on that run there, stopping them real short, brings up a 3rd down. Would this be a big stop here for Homestead? It would be a great stop for them, but they got to look to get it here.
Dwenger looking for their 15th SAC title in school history last 2018, and it looks like a short run up the middle. That'll be close to the first down marker for Bishop Dwenger on 3rd and short.
First down there for Dwenger.
Lytle, a quarterback sneak, and they move the chains. Bishop Dwenger picks up the first down of the game. This Dwenger team 3-0 overall, 2-0 at home, 1-0 on the road. That win was against Northside 2 weeks ago. So a tough road schedule to start the year for Dwenger. So they play at Homestead. 10:30 to go, no score. Dwenger on their own 38. Lytle, play action. He's chased, runs out left, and brought down. That looked like it was Andrew Bear. And it looked like Isaac Parrish initially with the pressure.
What a sack there for the Homestead defense. Sacking them back, getting the Bishop Dwenger offense backed up. That's a huge sack for Homestead. Very good play there for the Homestead defense.
4th sack of the year for Andrew Bear. 14-yard loss, 2nd and 24 now for Dwenger. Clock ticks under 10 minutes now. And if you're Brendan Lytle, you got to throw that ball away. He's an experienced player. You can't really take that if you're the Saints. 14-yard loss. 2nd and 24 now. One receiver out right. That's Sioka. Lytle rolls out right. Looks to throw. Chase again. It's complete and tackled. It looks.
Aaron Wagner there on the tackle. Good for him. He's a junior. So good for him to get a tackle there. It kind of looked like on that first play, maybe Lytle kind of hesitated, got a little shocked when there was Homestead players running at him, but brings up a tough 3rd down for Dwenger. Homestead defense looking to get them off the field and getting the offense back out there if they can.
Looks like that was Teddy Steele with the catch for Dwenger. 3rd and 15 now. From their own 33-yard line, 9:05 to go in the first, no score. First possession of the game for Bishop Dwenger.
The Homestead fans got a chant going down there. They're into it.
One running back, 3 out left. Lytle back to throw. Rolls out left, throws it deep, and it looks like incomplete but a flag. That was intended for Henry O'Keefe, the slot receiver, and it appears that will go against Homestead.
Looked like a penalty there on Austin Keyser there, pass interference. And that's just one of the things that cornerbacks have, or holding, is what they called it. Or pass interference.
Doesn't really matter in this situation, but automatic first down. So Homestead, they got the big sack. Andrew Bear's 4th of the season, but a penalty like that on 3rd and 15 gives Dwenger a fresh set of downs, and that's what Homestead needs to avoid, is penalties like that. We talked about in the pregame show how it's going to be tough for these Homestead cornerbacks, 5'8", 5'7", going against Dwenger receivers about 6'3", 6'4", and that was evident right there.
The problem he's just not turned around there. That's definitely something that at the high school level the refs look for. If you're not turned around, 9 times out of 10 they're going to throw the flag on you.
Sioka outright for Bishop Dwenger. Ball is snapped. Hand off to Devin Tittman along the left side. Dives forward, and it looks like a fumble. And Homestead says they have it. Devin Tittman lost it. And a big play for the Homestead defense.
That's a big play there for the Homestead defense, getting a turnover. They're definitely feeling good about that right there. Now the Homestead offense come down the field. They want to keep the momentum going. Now the momentum is on the Homestead side.
Graham Collin with the recovery for the Spartans. So Dwenger ends with a turnover on their first possession of the game. First look for this Homestead offense. Evan Ormsby, the quarterback, no score. Anderson out left, Kistler out right. Palmer and his H-back along the right side. Hardwick, the running back. Ormsby, a senior, the quarterback. Ball snapped. And up to Hardwick. Spins around, but is met immediately behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of about 2 on 1st and 10.
That's something that I talked about previous to the game, was if the Homestead, or if the Dwenger defense is on that run game, this could be a difficult game for the Homestead offense. Of course, that's just one play, so that's not a telltale sign, but Homestead's going to look to maybe change it up here, add another receiver in there, so we'll see what they do.
Anderson out left, Sparrow in the slot, Kistler out right, Hardwick, the running back, with Ormsby, the quarterback for Homestead. Ball snapped, hand off to Hardwick up the middle. Gets to about midfield. Bring up about 3rd and 4 for the Spartans.
That's a good run there for Braden Hardwick, getting some positive yards. Better than the first run he had, so brings up a shorter 3rd and 5 for Homestead, which is good because they were going to be backed up at like a 3rd and 10, so it's good to have a 3rd and 5.
Kistler runs off as Palmer runs on his H-back. Kistler, the leading receiver for Homestead last season. 3rd and 5 for Homestead on their own 49-yard line, no score. 7:10 to go in the first quarter against Bishop Dwenger after the fumble by Devin Tittman gave Homestead the ball. Hand off to Hardwick along the right side, and he's brought down by Devin Tittman of Bishop Dwenger. That'll bring up 4th and about 8 for Homestead.
It looks okay. Homestead offense going for it here. Of course, they do run that quarterback punt that the Homestead offense runs, so maybe they go to that, or maybe they're actually going to go for it, but I would assume we go with the quarterback punt here.
Devin Tittman with his 4th tackle for loss on the season for Bishop Dwenger. 4th and 7 for the Spartans. Ball snapped. Ormsby punts it away. That's a good one. Lands about the 19-yard line and rolls to about the 6-yard line. So like that play call by Homestead, they pin Bishop Dwenger about 6-yard line or so. And Dwenger, not great field position. If you're Homestead, you got to be a little bit disappointed you weren't able to capitalize off of that fumble recovery in the first Dwenger possession. But at least Dwenger, they're backed up, and let's see what this Homestead defense can do. Maybe force another turnover.
Yeah, that would definitely be big for the Homestead defense, is force another turnover. You know they're not that happy about that right there, not capitalizing on a turnover, but there's a feeling out process, so I'm sure the Homestead offense will be back and ready to go here.
Dwenger on their own 7. 1st and 10, no score. 6:18 to go in the first quarter. Sioka out left. Lytle, play action. Finds Sioka and way behind him. Incomplete. Looks like Isaac Barkison on the defensive end. You don't really see him a lot. At least not a starter for Homestead.
Right. Looks like Sioka might have tripped there, causing him to fall over there. So good break there for Homestead. Tough break for Dwenger. Brings up 2nd and 10. Maybe they go with the run here, what they're comfortable with, backed up in their own territory.
Sioka, only a junior, the intended target. The last play, he's out left again for Bishop Dwenger. Tittman in as running back. KJ Tittman in as H-back. Lytle, the quarterback, under center. Hands off to Devin Tittman. Across the left side, and he's able to get a couple yards, bring up 3rd and, say, 7.5.
Yeah, something close to that. You can definitely tell where Dwenger's most comfortable, which is in their run game. So I'm sure we'll see that a lot tonight, is them running the ball.
Dwenger, great run team. Average 132 rush yards a game, 8 rushing touchdowns through 3 games. Homestead defense has Dwenger backed up. 3rd and 5 from their own 12, 5:37 to go in the first quarter. No score yet. Dwenger fumbled on their first drive. Homestead had to punt it away, wasn't able to do anything with it. Sioka out left, about a foot taller, seems like, than Smith on the right side. Lytle back to throw, rolls out right. Throws it over the head of Louis Tittman, and that'll bring up 4th down. Homestead's defense does their job as Dwenger will have to punt it away.
The Homestead defense doing their job. Now you got to look for the offense to come out and do their job as well, get some points up on the board for Homestead. Their defense looks great early, which is very good to see.
Desmond Smith, 5'7", was guarding about 6'4" tall Sioka, but Lytle couldn't find Sioka. Threw it a little bit high over the head of Louis Tittman, incomplete. Dwenger forced to punt now. Punt is away. It's a high one. And goes out about the 39-yard line of Dwenger. So Homestead with some excellent field position to start their second possession of the game. The first one ended in a punt, but some, like I said, some great field position for Homestead's offense.
Tell you what, if you're Homestead, you're happy with this. You get a good stop. Now you got great field positioning. Nothing better than that.
You're the Homestead offense. You need to capitalize on field position like this.
Yes, definitely.
Kistler out right. Anderson out left. Ball snapped. And off to Hardwick. He's met immediately at the line of scrimmage. John Michael Fabini in on the tackle for Bishop Dwenger. That'll bring up about 2nd and 9 for Homestead.
Looks like Dwenger's offense is on the run game right now. They seem to be reading it very well. So now you see if Homestead maybe looks to throw the ball here. Adding in another receiver. Maybe might go with the pass play here.
Yeah, Kistler, Sparrow, Anderson, and Chambers, all receivers for Homestead. So 4 out there. Hardwick, the running back for the Spartans, on Dwenger's 37. 2nd and 10, 4.5 to go in the first quarter. No score. Ball snapped. Ormsby play action. Throws across the middle. Oh, nearly picked off. Incomplete. That was nearly a pick. Gavin Groves nearly had it for Bishop Dwenger. That'll bring up 3rd and 10, and just like that, the Spartans are facing a 3rd and long situation on 3rd downs this season. 7-24, 29%. So that's a bit of a struggle. They were 1 of 7 last week, and a big one here early on.
That definitely could have been worse than what it was there. Tough pass for Ormsby, throwing it right to a Bishop Dwenger defender.
Ball snapped on 3rd and 10. Ormsby back to throw. And is short, incomplete, intended for Anderson. And Homestead has a 4th and 10 situation. The offense really struggling early on. As this Dwenger defense looking good.
Homestead's going to keep their offense out there. I think this is one of those chances where it's too far to kick and it's too far to kick and too far to punt, or too close to punt. So I definitely think this is a situation where you keep your offense out on the field.
Yeah, you could see the Spartans maybe take a deep shot at the end zone here. You got to get 10 yards in 4th and 10.
Of course, they're set up in that punt formation again.
Ormsby, that's what he does. Bounces about the 3-yard line. And it goes, looks like it goes into the end zone. Nearly saved by Nate Anderson. That was a great effort, but If you're Homestead, that was probably the smart play. Just even though it was a short distance to punt it, Dwenger wasn't able to return it.
Exactly. I mean, that punt could have been saved right there on the 1 or 2 yard line if it was saved. So that's not a bad call. I like that call there. Try and get him pinned deep, but ball goes in the end zone. Now Dwenger starts on the 20, so Homestead's defense got to come up with a stop here if they want to stay in this.
Third possession of the game for Bishop Dwenger. Fumbled it the first possession, punted it the next. Now it's their third. Sioka out left for the Saints. Lytle, the quarterback, hands it off the middle. That's Louis Tittman along the left side, drags the defender, and it looks like he gets close to the first down marker, and they give him the first down. Louis Tittman, a run of 11 yards on 1st and 10. Keeps the chains moving for Bishop Dwenger.
That was a good run there for Bishop Dwenger, picking up a first down early in the drive. First play of the drive is a first down, so you always are happy with that when your first play is a first down. So that was a very good play for Bishop Dwenger.
Louis Tittman, 8 carries, 41 rush yards last week against Southside. Sioka out left. Desmond Smith, 5'7", guarding him, but handoff to Tittman again along the left side. Pickup of about 5 yards, bring up 2nd and 5 for Bishop Dwenger as Graham Collins sprints down the field for the Homestead defense. Looks like Barkus goes off.
Looked like Palmer got him by the legs, and then Keyser came in with the tackle. So good tackle there for Homestead. Brings up a 2nd and 5. So got to get a stop here if you're Homestead. You got to stop the momentum that Dwenger has going right now.
5'7" Desmond Smith guarding about 6'3" Rocco Sioka. If you're Dwenger, I mean, throw it in that direction. Lytle hands it off the middle, up again to Louis Tittman. And about loss of 1 on 2nd and 5. Bring up 3rd and 6.
Like I said, Dwenger knows where they're comfortable. It's their run game. So if Homestead's defense can get them out of the comfort zone, then you'll see them throw the ball, and that's when that matchup might come into play. So you got to be ready for that if you're a cornerback. You got to be ready for the throw at any time.
Neither offense looking the most consistent, I guess you could say, early on. Couple of punts, 1 turnover by Dwenger. 3rd and 6 from their own 35, no score, 2:33. Lytle rolls out right, looks to throw deep, throws it deep, and that is complete. Henry O'Keefe with the reception for Bishop Dwenger. About a 25-yard reception on 3rd and 6 gives the Saints 1st and 10.
So you get a stop on the run game, then Dwenger feels like they got to go out of the comfort zone, throw the ball, and it works there. They got a good pass, good pickup there for Dwenger. Now they're in their own territory, so they're definitely going to look to keep this drive going.
Henry O'Keefe goes out for a breather. Only had 1 catch last week, but it was for a touchdown. He missed weeks 1 and 2 for the Saints, a key piece of their receiving group. Sioka out left again. Lytle under center for the Saints on 1st and 10. Hand off to KJ Tittman, the H-back, and he has nothing. Met the line of scrimmage, maybe 2nd and 9. I don't even know if he got a yard for the Saints.
But see, now the Homestead defense has proven that they can stop the ball or stop the run game again. So maybe look for Dwenger to throw the ball here since the running game isn't working right now.
This Homestead defense doing a nice job so far. Andrew Bayer, Matt Miller, Isaac Parrish, the D-line for the Spartans stepping up early on. In this Dwenger offense, Vinny Villacable, one of the best offensive linemen in the state for Dwenger. With the Homestead defense playing well. Lytle hands off along the right side. That's Devin Tittman. Dives to the 35-yard line. Gain of 4 on 2nd and 10. Bring up 3rd and 6. 1 minute to go in the first quarter. No score yet, but Dwenger driving.
See, there's the 5 yards that Dwenger wants every play. Dwenger, they hit on the fact that they want 5 yards every play. Every time they run the ball, they want 5 yards, and they picked it up there. Well, looks like they're 1 yard short, but 5 yards is what they go for. So 3rd and 6 here. If you're Dwenger or if you're Homestead, you want a big stop here on defense to try and get the Dwenger offense off the field.
Dwenger looking to snap a 1-game losing streak to Homestead. Lost by 2 last year at Shields Field. 30 seconds left. Lytle under center. Play action. Rolls out to the right side across the 40, 35, 30. And that's going to be close to the first down marker. 21.5 seconds left. And one official signals first down. No score yet. Big run by Brendan Lytle, the quarterback for Bishop Dwenger, who has 34 career pass touchdowns heading into this game, able to pick up the first down using his feet.
Yeah, definitely. He was able to run the ball, and that's just another aspect of their offense is the fact that they have a quarterback that can move, and that's something that makes this team even more dangerous than what it already is the fact that they also have an offensive weapon in their quarterback that can run.
Dwenger averages 31.7 points per game on offense, third in the SAC. Timeout by Bishop Dwenger. That's their first of this half. And with that, we're going to take a quick break as Homestead and Bishop Dwenger tied at 0, 21 and a half seconds to go in the first quarter.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Dwenger on 1st and 10, handoff to Devin Tittman, spins around and reaches for a few more yards about to the 25-yard line, pickup of 4 yards on 1st and 10. Clock ticking down now, 7 seconds, and it appears the first quarter will end 0-0. Dwenger on the Homestead 26-yard line. And with that, we will take another quick break after the first quarter. No score here at Homestead High School.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Teams switch sides of the field. Dwenger 2nd and 7 to start the second quarter. Sioka out left. Lytle the quarterback. Tittman the running back. Lytle handoff to Tittman up the middle. Spins around a defender. That's Devin Tittman. Picks up a couple on 2nd and 7. Bring up 3rd and 2 for the Saints as they get closer and closer to Homestead's end zone.
When the defensive tackle for Homestead looks like Matt Miller, when he jumps up and gets the initial tackle, that's where Homestead's defense got to make the key there is getting that first tackle, because there they missed it, and they've been missing it a couple times, so they got to get the first tackle to stop the Dwenger offense.
Sioka out left again, receiver for Dwenger. Lytle the quarterback, Tittman the running back, and a flag is thrown. Some movement and a false start against Bishop Dwenger. Push him back 5 yards, bring up 3rd and 8 now. And this Bishop Dwenger team have a tough sectional somewhat this year. with Northside improved and Northrop also improved. And then they also have Anderson, who they don't play. They beat Northside a couple weeks ago by 13. They play Northrop in week 9. This Dwenger team in Class 5A, 3-0 start to the season, but their sectional may not be as easy as it has been in past years.
I know when the Dwenger-Northside game ended, Northside players said to Dwenger, we'll see you in sectional, so that's going to be a good game to watch.
Dwenger 3rd and 8 after the false start. 11 minutes to go. No score on the Homestead 27. Lytle lateral to KJ Tittman, who's able to get across the 25-yard line, but still well short of the first down marker. Bring up 4th and 6 for Bishop Dwenger. No score, 10:43 to go in the second quarter.
If I'm Dwenger, there's no way you kick the ball here. You keep your offense out there. That was a good play there. It looked like Dwenger was rushed there at the end, though. They had like 5 seconds left on the play clock. Their players were rushed, so, I mean, that definitely did not help that play there for Dwenger.
Going for it, 4th and 6. No score yet on the Homestead 25. Lytle takes the snap, runs out right, throws it. That's Jack Tittman across the 25-yard line, and he's well short. That's a turnover on downs. Homestead, and it looks like there's a flag, as it looks like Keyser and Tittman may have gotten into it a bit. Not sure if that's what the flag is on. Holding on offense against Bishop Dwenger. Homestead's going to decline that, and it's going to be a turnover on downs as the Spartans make a crucial stop on 4th and 6. Homestead defense did their job there. Both defenses really strong so far this game.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're Austin Keyser there, you got to calm down. You can't do the extra stuff after the play. You get the tackle, and you're done with it. We don't need the extra penalties there. So it's good to see the Homestead offense back on the field, though, getting another stop. Now they got to do their job. The Homestead defense is stepping up. Now it's their turn.
Third possession of the game for Homestead. First 2 ended in punts. Homestead led by Evan Ormsby. The Spartans 22 points per game, which is 7th in the SAC. Bounced back last week with a big win. 38 points scored. Ormsby handoff to Hardwick, who's tackled at the line of scrimmage. Looks like that was Devin Tittman with the tackle for Bishop Dwenger. Who else, right?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much when you think of Dwenger, you think of the Tittman, and Devin Tittman's definitely one of the best on the Dwenger squad, so it's not shocking that he's the one in there getting that tackle.
2nd and 10. So Homestead not able to do much on first down. 9:43 left. Before halftime, no score. Kistler out right, Anderson left, Sparrow in the slot on the left side, Hardwick the running back alongside Ormsby the QB. Making his 4th ever start. Chambers motions to the right side. High snap, play action, throws across the middle and too high, incomplete. 3rd and 10 now for the Spartans, as that was just a pass that was just a little bit too high for a Homestead receiver to catch.
Looked like maybe a little bit of miscommunication there on the Homestead offense side of the ball, but now they got a 3rd down here. You got to pick this one up because you need the momentum. This game has been very slow for the Homestead offense, so they're going to look to pick it up here.
Kistler on the near side, far right. Anderson all the way other end of the field on the left side for Homestead. Ball snapped. Ormsby fakes the pass, throws right side, and Kistler not able to haul it in. Looks like there may have been some contact between Kistler and the DB Stauffer. But just like that, 4th and 10, Homestead with their 3rd straight punt to begin this game, as both offenses struggling.
Yeah, definitely tonight. Both offenses are having a tough time getting anything going on the offense side of the ball. The defenses are stepping up on both sides, so I think this might be a game of who scores first wins. But that's not what we want to see.
Teddy Steele and Henry O'Keefe to receive. Punt by Dixon. Bounces to about the 20-yard line. That's O'Keefe, and he's tackled by about 8 Homestead defenders. So Bishop Dwenger will start on their own 19-yard line. And just felt like a minute ago they had the ball, punted it away, and get it back. Or actually, a turnover on downs, and Homestead had to punt it away. This is now their 4th possession of the game.
Yeah, that was definitely a good punt there for Carter Dixon, getting them back in their own territory. So that was a very good punt. Now the Homestead defense has to do what they've been doing all night and get a couple stops, get the ball back.
Fumble, punt, turnover on downs, the 3 drives so far for Bishop Dwenger. But the offense was looking better the last drive, getting closer to the Homestead end zone. Got to about the Spartan 20-yard line or so. Under 9 minutes to go before halftime. Still no score. And like you said, Chris, I mean, it could potentially be the team that scores first wins based on what we've seen so far. Defense is lighting it up. Offense is not so much.
Yeah, exactly. Based on what we've seen so far, that could be this game. You know, I said 10-7 at half. That doesn't look unreasonable.
Handoff to Louis Tippmann. Once again, the senior running back for Bishop Dwenger, able to get close to the first down marker. Bring up 3rd and 1 for the Saints on their own 31-yard line.
You know, if you're a Homestead fan, you'd love to see a stop here. 3rd and short is definitely when the Homestead defense needs to dig deep and get a stop to get the ball back.
Lytle, the quarterback for Dwenger. Both quarterbacks wearing number 13 tonight. Looks like quarterback sneak. It's going to be close. And both officials say it's a first down for Bishop Dwenger. They know how to run that quarterback sneak effectively on 3rd or 4th and short.
Yeah, it looked like it looked like the offensive line just pushed everybody aside and the middle was open. So he took it up the middle there and got the first down. That's definitely a point, is that he can run, and that's something that we talked about earlier, is the fact that they have a quarterback that can run when they need him to.
Brendan Lytle, no interceptions coming into this game for the Saints. Able to take care of the ball effectively. 1st and 10 from their own 33, 7:37 to go. Handoff along the left side to Tippmann, and the Homestead defense able to stop him. Luke Palmer in on the tackle for the Spartans.
Yeah, it's definitely a great stop there for Luke Palmer. You know it's Luke Palmer because he always gets up and throws his arms up because he's excited and he's hyped up to get a stop. So it's very good to see him getting going, getting a stop, and hopefully get some momentum going here. 2nd and long for Dwenger.
Palmer only 2 games played, missed week 1, but has 25 total tackles and 2 sacks in those 2 games. 11 tackles last week against Lures and a big one there for the Homestead defense. Now 2nd and 12, loss of 2 on first down, 7 minutes to go. Lytle fakes the pass, rolls out right, throws right side, and that's complete. Actually incomplete, hit the ground. Receiver nearly had it. That was KJ Tippmann, the H-back, and Dwenger will be in a tough situation. 3rd and 12 coming up for them.
Nothing easy about a 3rd and long there, and the Homestead defense looking to get a stop here. The bell's ringing. The defense is fired up. So good to if they can get a stop here, that's definitely good to see for Homestead. The fans are going to get into it here. Looking for a big stop here for Homestead.
This is similar to last year's game where neither offense able to do a whole lot, as the final score ended up being 17-15. It's 0-0 right now. 3rd and 12 for Dwenger on their own 31-yard line. Big 3rd down coming up. Lytle, the quarterback, keeps it himself, and he's sacked. Homestead forces Dwenger to a long 4th down. That's none other than Luke Palmer. That's his 3rd sack of the season.
What a stop there for the Homestead defense. Luke Palmer, that's got him fired up, and maybe this could be the turning point here. A big stop for the Homestead defense. Defense is fired up. Maybe the Homestead offense can get it going.
And Simon Garrett, the punter for Bishop Dwenger, Chambers back to receive for Homestead. Bounces about the 39-yard line. And it'll be about the 36-yard line that Homestead gets it. No return from Chambers. So the Spartans offense needing to move the ball a bit, as they have no points on the board. This point, that was Dwenger's 2nd punt of the game. They also have a fumble and turnover on downs. Homestead now with their 4th possession of the game. All 3 possessions so far have ended at punts.
Yeah, like I said, maybe this is the turning point here where the Homestead offense gets it going and gets some momentum here on the offense side of the ball.
Ormsby, the quarterback for Homestead, 6'3", 210. He's a big guy. Pitch to Hardwick along the right side, and brought down by John Michael Fabini for Bishop Dwenger on 1st and 10. Number 39 for the Saints was one of the players in on that tackle.
Looked like a little extra there after the play. Couple guys getting into it. Hardwick got, a little tackled after the play, and Hardwick wasn't too happy about that, but brings up second down here. They got to look to get some movement for the offense side of the ball. They have not had a lot of movement going in the positive yards, so they got to get it going.
1 yard pickup, 2nd and 9 from their own 38, 5:35 to go. No score yet. Homestead ball. Kistler out right, Anderson out left. Ball snap, play action pass. Ormsby just throws it away and incomplete. Looks like he was hit, and
pass attempt, which is incomplete. 3rd down and 9.
And Homestead facing a 3rd and 9. Not a lot of first downs in this game so far.
Yeah, definitely not for the Homestead offense either. They got to get it here. I mean, they have the momentum. Their defense is doing their job. Now the offense needs to pick up and do their job as well.
We do got to say that this is by far the best team that Homestead has played all season. And
they're hanging with them.
And no score. 3rd and 9. 2 out left, 1 out right. Ball snapped. Ormsby back to throw. Across the middle. It's complete for Ethan Chambers. Big first down for the Homestead offense.
Great pass there for Evan Ormsby. That's what you do there if you're Homestead. Get a big pass, positive yards. Now they're in their own offensive territory. Homestead's got some momentum. The crowd's into it. Keep it going if you're Homestead.
Big catch for Ethan Chambers, the tight end and slot receiver for the Spartans. He had no catches last week against Bishop Luers. He missed week 1. He's also recently committed to Indiana State University along with fellow receiver Jared Kistler. So Ethan Chambers, gain of 15 on the 3rd and 9, brings up 1st and 10 for Homestead on Dwenger's 43, no score, under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Kistler out right, Anderson out left, ball snap. Throw along the left side and incomplete. That was a fake pitch to Hardwick and thrown intended for Anderson, but incomplete. 2nd and 10 now for the Spartans after the incompletion by Ormsby.
That was definitely a dangerous pass there for Evan Ormsby, trying to throw it into tight coverage with the cornerback jumping on it. So that could have been, a bad situation for Homestead, but they got lucky, and now they got a 2nd down and 10.
So Homestead, you take a look at their sectional. It's Snyder, who they play next week. It's Carroll and Warsaw. We'll talk about that a little bit more as the game continues. But 2nd and 10 right now for the Spartans. High snap, handoff to Hardwick, who's able to scamper close to the first down marker. 3rd and 2 it appears for Homestead.
I think definitely now's the time to give a shout out to the Homestead offensive line there. They're doing great. Jaden Abelhaka, Brady Parker, Owen Heyer, Sean Rice, and Nick Schweitzer in there doing the work, letting Braden get some, running yards there. So that's very big for Homestead, is having a good offensive line this year.
Receiver either side. Kistler out right, Anderson out left. 3rd and 4, 4:10 to go in the second quarter, no score. Palmer and Chambers motion to the left side. Snap, hand off to Hardwick along the left side, still on his feet, and gets close to the first down marker, and it looks like he got it. First down.
They're calling him short. Okay. Just go for it.
That was close. The way the Homestead sideline reacted looked like it was a first down, but very close from our angle. That's a long 2 yards.
No question here. There's no question. You got momentum. Go for it. I like this call here by Homestead.
Homestead only 1 of 5 on 4th downs heading into this game on the season, about 20%. This is what the Spartans need, a big play like this. Kistler out right.
Nate Anderson is the quarterback.
Keeps it himself on 4th down, and not really sure that's the play Homestead is looking for on 4th down. Tried to do a bit of trickery and didn't pay off as Dwenger able to get the stop. Turnover on downs for the Spartans.
Looked to be a little bit of a confusion there for the Homestead offense. Looks like the running back that they had lined up next to Anderson ran in front of Anderson, which slowed him down and made him stop. So maybe a little bit of confusion there on that play.
As Dwenger's offense back out on the field once again, 3:16 left in the second quarter, no score. 5th possession of the game for the Saints. Handoff up the middle. It appeared to be Tittman. Loss of maybe 1.
Yeah. The Homestead defense is doing great. They're holding strong. They're not letting the Bishop Dwenger offense run all over them. So this is a very good game for the Homestead defense early.
Loss of 2, 2nd and 12 now for the Saints. 2:50 to go before halftime. They have 2 timeouts left. They need to use them. Sioka outright. Ball snapped. Handoff up the middle to Tippmann. He's met immediately at the line. Not sure if he got anything there. It's going to be 3rd and long. About 3rd and 11 for Dwenger.
I'm convinced that one of these times the Homestead defense or the Homestead offense is going to come up with some momentum, get some points up on the board after another Homestead stop. Homestead takes a timeout, maybe looking to discuss a couple things for the defense and get stuff figured out here on a 3rd and long.
Yeah, Homestead at all 3 timeouts. Used one right there. 2 left right now, but still plenty of time.
Actually, I think they used the timeout because they don't want that clock to run down because they get the ball back. They want the most time they got. So I like that timeout there by the coach. Calling a timeout, stopping the clock so they get more time on the clock when they get the ball back, and hoping that they get the stop here is what they're thinking. So it's a smart timeout there for Homestead.
Certainly is a smart timeout. And let's take a look at how Homestead sectional. We mentioned Snyder, who rebounded with a nice win over Concordia. Well, I mean, we say nice win, but they were without a few very key players, most notably their starting quarterback. So we'll see how nice of a win that was, but still, a win is a win for Snyder. That's who Homestead plays next week, one of their sectional opponents. They also take on Carroll in Week 7, who's 3-0, taking on Northrop tonight, and Warsaw, who's 2-1 through 3 weeks. We don't know a whole lot about them, not really in the region, don't really play a lot of area teams. But yeah, Homestead, tough sectional this year, sectional number 3 in Class 6A.
There's definitely not an easy game to be played in that sectional.
On 3rd and 12, Lytle back to throw. Across the middle, incomplete. Be 4th and 12. No flags, and Dwenger will have to punt it away.
Like I said, one of these times it's going to give the Homestead offense, going to get something going. But it was a very good start for the Homestead defense, picking up another stop, doing their job out there. Now you just got to look for the offense to do theirs.
Dwenger to punt for the 3rd time this game. 4th and 12 for the Saints, 2:29 left. Plenty of time for Homestead with their 2 timeouts. They also get the ball to start the second half. Punt is away. Chambers back to receive. Goes over his head, about to the 15-yard line, still rolling, and just goes out of bounds about the 11-yard line.
That was a great punt there for Bishop Dwenger. Getting Homestead backed up is a great punt. That's a very good punt there.
Simon Garrett, and we're hearing 54-yard punt. That's his new season high. Previous was 53 yards.
That's a season high punt there for Dwenger. That's very good. That was a impressive punt.
Yeah, got a nice bounce as well. So Homestead, not the best field position as they're on their own 12-yard line. 1st and 10, 2:17 left, 2 timeouts for the Spartans, no score yet. 5th possession of the game for Homestead. Harvick runs to the left side, flag thrown, and brought down by a Dwenger defender, but we'll see what that flag is.
I don't know. I didn't. Holding on Homestead is what that far ref called there, or motion to the head ref.
This home team averages 166 rushing yards per game, 6 rushing touchdowns on the season, and it is holding on Homestead. That'll take him back a little bit, but this Homestead team likes to go to the run. Half the distance to the goal line. For the Spartans, it's going to be a replay of the first down. 2:09 left. As Homestead, if they're going to score, they got to go about 94 yards or so. They want to score a touchdown. Now on the 6-yard line. 2 minutes to go. Clock winding down. Spartans still 2 timeouts. Kistler out right for Homestead. Anderson out left. Ormersby standing at his own 1-yard line. Handoff to Hardwick, who's able to get close to the 8-yard line. Gain of a couple, bring up 2nd and about 14.
Looks like now it's Dwenger that's going to get a little strategy in with the timeout thing and save some clock for them if they get the ball back.
So timeout by Bishop Dwenger. Game tied at 0, 1:40 left before halftime.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
2nd and 14 for Homestead at their own 8-yard line. Ball snapped. Hand off to Hardwick. Runs on the left side of the field, and not much there. It's going to be another timeout for Bishop Dwenger. 1:35 left before halftime. We got some stats. They're not pretty.
To say the least.
So about now 19 plays for about 25 yards this half. Total 12 carries for 6 yards. 1 of 7 passing. This is all Homestead stats, by the way. 1 of 7 passing for Ormsby, 19 yards. And Dwenger, they have 90 total yards of offense. So both teams really struggling.
Yeah, that's definitely the struggle point for both teams tonight, is getting something going on the offense side of the ball. I mean, the defense is doing their job. The defense is doing what they got to do, and the offense just isn't keeping up with it.
5th possession of the game for the Homestead offense. First 3 ended in punts, then a turnover on downs, and here we are, 1:35 left before halftime, 0-0. And prime time, if you will, for high school matchup between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. The last 2 teams to win the victory bell, Homestead 2019, Dwenger in 2018. And last season, Homestead finished first in the conference. Dwenger finished second, with their only loss being to Homestead in the regular season, that is. So a big matchup on the field tonight, and right now it's tied at 0.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the offense just can't get anything going, and now Dwenger's calling their timeouts to try and get the ball back and maybe get something going.
No timeouts left for Dwenger. If you're Homestead, maybe run it to run the clock down or go for it. End around to Sparrow. Runs around to the right side across the 14-yard line. That's nowhere close to the first down marker, but the clock will tick down.
Now you got to punt the ball.
4th down now for Homestead. Going to punt it away?
I think you have to at this point. You don't have a choice.
This will be the 4th punt for the Spartans this game, as Carter Dixon, the punter for the Spartans, 6'2", 180, had 3 punts last week against Bishop Lures, averaged about 40 yards, also hit a field goal. Joe Dugan, usually the field goal kicker, but Dixon able to knock one in last week, and it looks like we have a timeout called by the Homestead Spartans. Still 0-0, 55.7 seconds to go. As neither offense able to do much. We mentioned Homestead 25 total yards of offense on about 20 plays. So about a little over 1 yard per play, which is not very good.
Right, exactly. This has been a really tough game. You know, no points on the scoreboard as of right now. So this is a very tough game, and it's not what you want to see.
But Bishop Dwenger is a team that has not given up more than 2 touchdowns per game this season. Held every opponent to 14 points or fewer. So if you're Homestead, you're in good company, as every team has pretty much struggled against the strong defense for Bishop Dwenger this season.
And Homestead's defense hasn't given up that many points this year either. So 2 tough defenses, like we said before the game. The defenses are the strong point.
55.7 seconds left. Dwenger to get the ball. Homestead to punt it. 4th and 8 from their own 14-yard line. Dixon, punt is away. Bounces across midfield and goes out of bounds. No return for Bishop Dwenger. They have no timeouts left. And a flag is on the field on the far side. False start on offense. That's not what you're looking for.
No, not after that good of a punt. That was a very good punt there for Carter.
It's also good that they didn't allow a return. Dixon did not or the way his punt went, no return was even possible. So for Bishop Dwenger, potentially a chance to get some better field position and try to score score for the first time and the last time this half.
Yeah, definitely. That's why they used all their timeouts when Homestead had the offensive, or when Homestead was on offense. They did the same thing the Homestead tried to do, is use all your timeouts to save the clock so that Dwenger has as much time as they can with the ball.
So Homestead going to have to re-punt it.
Hopefully it's as good as the last one if you're Homestead.
Yeah, and goes out of bounds, so there's no return available. Dwenger, no timeouts left, no score on the board.
Looks like a lot of confusion going on. Oh, okay, so they called the penalty but didn't move the ball back. Oh, jeez. We're not going to go back down the road we did last week with the referees, are we?
We'll not even get into that. 0-0, 47 and a half seconds to go before halftime. Dixon a couple yards away from being a safety. That far back in the end zone. Nearly blocked, but gets it away. Still another good punt. And it bounces out of bounds about the 35-yard line. Carter Dixon. That was a spectacular punt for Homestead. Exactly what Bishop Dwenger was not hoping for right there.
Now you see, as a Colts fan, you see Carter Dixon doing a Pat McAfee celebration after that punt right there. I like to see that as a Colts fan. That was a heck of a punt there for Carter Dixon right there.
Back-to-back 54-yard punts. Not by Homestead, but just in general. 54-yard punt, one by Simon Garrett for Dwenger, then this one right here, Carter Dixon for Homestead.
64 yards, that's a great punt.
His average is 38 on the year, so yeah, by far exceeding his season average. 37.9 seconds to go, no timeouts for Dwenger in the first half, 0-0 on the Homestead, or on their own 27-yard line. Ball snap, Lytle runs to the right side of the field. Just throws it deep, has a man wide open, and it's caught! Let's see who that was. Henry O'Keefe with the big catch for Dwenger and Homestead. That's not what you're looking for with just over 30 seconds left in this half, as Dwenger now in great scoring position at the Homestead 23, and they're going to have to spike it, and that's what they do. No timeouts, that's the good thing if you're a Homestead fan, but on the 23-yard line of Homestead, a 50-yard pass from Lytle to Henry O'Keefe. Missed the first 2 weeks of the season. 2nd and 10 now for Dwenger. 23.4 seconds left. You're the Homestead defense. The goal right here is to, well, limit them to nothing, but at worst a field goal.
I honestly am, from here it'd be a tough field goal anyways, but you got to stop them here. You can't let them get a touchdown.
No timeouts left for Dwenger. That's huge as well. Lytle takes the snap, throws the right side to the end zone. Incomplete. Some great defense. Looks like Etchison was one of the defenders along with Desmond Smith by Homestead. Intended for Sioka.
Cole Etchison came in there at the end and got the pass broken up. Brings up a second.
3rd and 10 because they had to spike it.
Right, so 3rd and 10 here. I was looking at the call over there. It said 2nd down. So 3rd down here. Homestead's defense look for another stop. Bring up a tough 4th down if they can.
A big play for the Homestead defense to prevent Dwenger from scoring to end this half. Ball snap. Lytle on the move, being chased down. Has to throw it. Along the right side, the receiver has it. And Sioka with the catch. Can't really tell from our angle, but the officials say it's good. So Dwenger, 10 seconds left. First down. It'll be 1st and goal from the 9. And if you're the Saints, maybe kick a field goal here.
First down and goal for the Saints.
No, you got a shot at one more play. I think you're close enough to, if it's still in bounds, you can get up and spike it.
I don't know. 10 seconds left. We'll see. No timeouts left.
Because the thing is if you don't get what you're looking for, you just throw it out of bounds quickly. This has got to be quick.
Back to throw, end zone, and flag thrown incomplete. That's going to be pass interference on Homestead.
It's the same thing every time. The high school referees look for one thing: are you turned around or are you not turned around? In that situation, he was not turned around and facing the football, so pass interference call. 5 seconds.
5.6, half the distance to the goal.
Dwenger, they're going for the touchdown.
As Sioka, we mentioned about, nearly a foot, about 9 inches taller than the Homestead, both the Homestead cornerbacks, Keyser and Smith.
This is a big play here.
Lytle, with time winding down, 0's on the clock, has to throw it, chucks it, intercepted by Homestead. And that's a great end to the first half as the Homestead defense prevents the Saints from scoring. We head into halftime 0-0. What an interception at the right time as time was at 0 for Homestead.
Yeah, it's a great interception there, preventing Dwenger from getting a touchdown. And, you know, if the whole who scores first wins the game, that's huge there, getting a stop.
And no score, 0-0. As both teams struggled on offense, but both defenses this season are exceptional.
Yes, definitely.
And after 2 quarters of play, well, we're tied, 0-0. We're going to take a quick break, then come back and break down what we saw in the first half for each team and what to expect for the final 24 minutes of game time. Stay tuned. You're listening to the Homestead Football on the Point 91 FM.
Rethink your limits.
Here at Homestead High School Media, we're taking steps to stay safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. That includes limiting the number of workers in the TV studio and wearing masks when not on camera. We also socially distance our anchors each week at the news desk. In the studios, we limit the number of people allowed in at a time, and even our mics wear masks. Thank you for doing your part in helping fight COVID-19.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back live to Homestead High. Between the Homestead Spartans and the Bishop Dwenger Saints, we were just looking at some of the scores during the break. We'll get to that in a little bit, but some interesting scores and ones that my predictions in the pregame probably not the best unless we see some incredible comebacks. But back to this game. Can't really provide a scoring summary for the audience as there has been no points that have been scored, and you know that was probably to be expected. A lot of people expecting this one to be a low-scoring game. That's exactly what it was. No score. Both defenses playing well. Both offenses, I wouldn't really say struggling. Just the defenses have been greater than the offenses in this game.
The defenses are standing out. Like I said before the game, you knew Dwenger had a very good defense, and Homestead has a very good defense. So this game is a game of defenses, and I think I'll stand behind my statement and say whoever scores first will win the game. That's something that I think will happen tonight.
And looking at the end of that, well, really the last possession, that was a pretty crazy. We're going to try to, I guess, recap the last, 30 seconds or so?
Yeah.
As Homestead, Carter Dixon had a nice punt, went out of bounds. It was a really long punt, but there was a penalty against Homestead. They had to repunt it. And pretty much the same thing happened. No return for Dwenger. There was, about 30 seconds left. No timeouts for the Saints. They could have taken a knee, but they went for a deep shot. And Lytle found his target, and Dwenger was about the 25-yard line of Homestead. And they got closer. A couple penalties on the Spartans. And Dwenger, they were about the 4-yard line, and the Homestead defense chasing Lytle around on the field. And as time expired, Lytle just threw it to the end zone, but it was picked off by Graham Collin for the Homestead Spartans. That's now his 3rd interception on the season, so Graham Collin making a name for himself, the starting free safety for the Spartans. And that's pretty much a perfect end to the first half if you're a Homestead fan, limiting Dwenger to nothing.
Yeah, I definitely thought that Dwenger had all the momentum going, and that definitely could have ended in 6 points, but it didn't, so that's a very good stop there for the Homestead defense, getting an interception.
They're currently tied at 0, either team not able to do much on offense. We saw Dwenger have a couple good drives get close to the Homestead end zone, but, I mean, like we just saw at the end of the second quarter, then one earlier on in the game. And I guess you have any other final comments or any other comments on the first half, Chris? I mean, not a whole lot to say. 0-0 score. Both defenses playing well, like we said.
Yeah, I think tonight definitely goes to show how tough the Homestead defense is and how tough the Bishop Dwenger defense is. You know, we got 2 of the best defenses in the SAC and maybe in the area here playing tonight. So this is a fun game to watch if you like defense.
And right now, you will hear a fan favorite segment inside Homestead Athletics. Last week, you heard Joel McChesney and Tim Snyder, a great tennis player for Homestead. This week, Noah Johanningsmeyer and Anthony Gary will take you inside Homestead Athletics as they discuss all Spartan sports. You'll hear from various coaches and players as they break down scores from earlier this week and preview some of the big events this weekend. On this week's edition, you will hear from one of the fastest runners at Homestead.
It's time for another episode of Inside Homestead Athletics. Each week you'll get news of Homestead High School athletics, as well as an in-depth look at players, coaches, and other personnel representing Homestead High School. And now, here is this week's Inside Homestead Athletics with your co-hosts, Joel McChesney and Noah Johanningsmeyer.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of Inside Homestead Athletics right here on the Point 91 FM. I am your host, Noah Johanningsmeyer. Anthony Gary will join us later. In this episode, we will recap some sports scores, records, and top player stats for all Homestead sports this week. Starting with events from the past week, first up is girls golf. The girls golf team beat DeKalb on Tuesday. They will play at the FC Invite on Saturday. Good luck to them. Now on to cross country. The boys and girls teams both competed at the Marion Invitational, with Addison Canabo breaking the girls' school record time at 17:56.4. The boys and girls both placed 7th and will race tomorrow at the Northrop Bruin Invitational. Good luck to them also. Up next is volleyball. The volleyball team beat Columbia City 3-0. The next game will be at Warsaw on Saturday. Good luck to the Lady Spartans. The boys soccer team beat DeKalb 8-0. Their next game is tomorrow when they face off against Cathedral High School. Good luck to the boys soccer team as well. The girls soccer team beat Concordia 6-0 yesterday, and they will play against Columbus North tomorrow. Good luck to them also. Finally, the boys tennis team beat Warsaw 5-0 on Friday. Their next match is the Homestead Invitational tomorrow. Good luck to them. Now it is time for an interview where Anthony Gary caught up with freshman rising star Addison Canablo.
Thanks, Noah. I'm sitting down with freshman Addison Canablo, who has had an incredible first season so far. How are you doing, Addison?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So let's talk about this last week. At the Marion Invitational, you finished 4th place overall, but most importantly, you beat the school record and became the first girl in Homestead history to run the 5K in under 18 minutes. What was your thought process going through that race?
Going into the race, I knew that I was going to have to run with a lot of confidence and take it out fast. And I couldn't be afraid to race the older girls because I had to trust in my training and I knew that I had to take it out fast and just run with a lot of confidence.
That's very true. Confidence is definitely a key factor when running. I'd say running's very much a mental sport.
We also, at Marion, there were also lots of very fast girls, and there was a lot of great team competition.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning the tough competition, because that was definitely a very big factor at that race. And now that you guys have gone a very state-like atmosphere race, how is this experience going to affect your team moving forward?
At Marion, from our first runner to our fifth runner, we had about a 2-minute gap. And so our goal is just to continue to work harder in practice to close that gap. Just when we're practicing, really work with each other. And even that, if that means just helping encourage each other, because every week we get better. And we're just trying to close that gap so we can become a more competitive team.
And looking at that gap, you look at Mia Faber, who's one of the fastest runners on Homestead last year, had an injury earlier in the season and is just coming back right now. What are the expectations for her to by the end of the year, and how's her recovery process going?
So Mia's getting much better. Every week is a huge improvement for her. We're very excited to have her back in a few races. Like I said, she's been improving a lot, bouncing back from that injury, and she just has like a very positive, upbeat personality, which is such a benefit for our team. Like, we really benefit from that as a team, because during those hard workouts, she just always has a smile on her face. And the thing that's cool about Mia is, even though she had that injury, like, she's recovering and she's been super positive about the whole thing, and so I really admire her for that.
It's always good to keep a good attitude, and having great team chemistry is obviously going to help your team moving forward. So besides Mia coming back and moving up, how will Homestead get ahead of their right now 11th ranked position in the state? How will they maybe try to move in the top 10 and beat their placing from last year of 9th place?
So we're all definitely improving every week. Last year, we got 9th, like you said. I was not actually a part of that, but we had a senior, and her name was Julia Dwenger, and she got 12th in the state last year. And so losing her was obviously kind of hurt the team a little bit. But on the plus side, we have lots of, just younger kids who are really just working hard and trying to take over that spot. Elise Peckinpah has been improving a lot, and, we're just trying to work as a team to fill that hole that we lost when we lost Julia. We also are just trying to trust in our coaches. They always say, trust us. We have a process, and they've been doing that for a long time. So we're just trying to trust that and close that gap, and, just have a good attitude going into state and run with confidence.
And Homestead, you mentioned this again, Homestead, a very young team. They have 2 juniors, 2 sophomores, and 1 freshman in the scoring 5, which it only takes 5 people to score in a meet. What are the expectations, not just for this year, but years moving forward, like especially next year, as it looks like that might be your best shot at a state, getting podium at state or even a state title?
Especially with kids who come in, every year is a different team, and every year the team is just very different, so we'll have different goals. So next year we're just going to keep trying to improve. I'm going to try and continue to break my record and just place well for the team, and I know that all the other girls, they'll have a similar goal, just to try our number 2 runner is going to try to beat all the other number 2 runners. Our number 3 runner is going to try to beat all the number 3 runners, and the same thing. We're just going to keep trusting our coaches and trusting that process.
I want to look at a few statistics from INCC stats. Right now, the class of 2024, so your class, is projected to be the fastest class in Indiana history, with you and Delta High School's freshman Nikki Sutherland leading the pack. INCC stats also has you 2 ranked as the first and second fastest freshman all time in the state of Indiana, which those are some pretty remarkable numbers. And I just want to know, how have you been dealing with the pressure and expectations that have been put on your shoulders?
So obviously, being a freshman and being expected to lead meets can be super nerve-wracking, and it's kind of a lot to take in right now, because I'm getting a little bit more attention than I've ever been used to. So I'm just trying to, like I've said a million times now, run with confidence. And also, when I run, I just try to breathe, relax, and block everything out, because I know that my time or a number, it does not define who I am as a person. And, I just keep trying to be there for my team and do the best that I can for them, and know that they support me and love me no matter what my time is, whether it's a good race or a bad one.
And team support's obviously really big right now as we shift over to the coronavirus pandemic, which has definitely changed the sport of cross country quite a bit. There's no fans. Practices are definitely really different. The energy is just not the same at meets. So I want to know how this has affected you. And I know you haven't been to a high school meet. You haven't run in a high school meet before, but even running in large middle school meets, it has to be different. So what else changed?
Yeah, it's a lot quieter at meets. We really have to rely on the boys team and our coaches just to cheer us on. At times it's kind of nice because you're able to focus on your race and you can actually hear what your coach is, correcting you on and telling you to improve. But then also, I know that my parents have sacrificed a lot so that I can run, and just they're always supporting me. Same thing with my grandparents. So I just wish that they were able to be there to see the final product too. Like, instead of calling my mom and telling her I broke a record, it would have been nice if my mom and dad and grandparents would have been there to see that, because that's not only a victory for me but for them, and I just appreciate all the support that they give me, so I wish that they were there for that.
And coming up this next meet this Saturday is going to be the first meet with fans allowed. So do you think, short side question, do you think that will have a bit of effect on your race?
It's definitely a little bit more pressure because, there's more people there. But then also, sometimes in the middle of a race, you just really need that little extra encouragement. And so just having those people there to support everyone on our team is definitely gonna, I think, help.
And now, as practices have been proceeding throughout this pandemic, starting way back in July, how have they been different than they normally are?
So now we have to just obviously wear a mask and kind of all the rules that you would follow at school, social distance and stay away from each other when possible. We have to wear our masks up to the line, and a lot of times when we're doing some warm-ups and stuff, we don't get runouts anymore. And also, we have to spray down like all the rollers and everything. And like you said before, there's not really any fans or spectators. So we just have to take as many precautions as possible, because I think all of us know that every run is a blessing. And so every race that we get to run, that's like really just a gift from God. So, we need to just be grateful for that and keep, trying our best, because that's all anyone can do right now.
It's definitely good to keep a positive attitude like you are during these crazy times. And now, finally, before we let you go, I know that you haven't been on the team for that long, but so far, what's been your best memory on the team?
Okay, so this happened last weekend. So we had just ran our race, the girls did, and Ethan Bates comes running by with his shoe, his spike, half on his foot and half not on his foot. And so he's running by and he looks at us and he goes, "Catch my shoe." So he flings his shoe up at us and he has us catch it. So then we're all running, chasing him, because we realize it's his shoe with his chip on it. So we're chasing Ethan and we're yelling, "Ethan, Ethan!" But then we realize you can't touch him in any way or form or he'll get disqualified. So now we're running around and we're yelling for Ian, and it was just crazy because we didn't want him to get disqualified and we wanted him to be able to finish the race, especially because that's a really fast course. So I don't know, we were just all running, screaming for Ian, and Ethan did really well, especially because he had one shoe on his foot. I don't know. Yeah, it was just crazy.
Yeah, great times on the team. And I guess that's going to do it for this interview. Thank you for joining us, and I'm going to send this right back to Noah to close us out.
Thank you.
This has been another episode of Inside Homestead Athletics. I'm your host, Noah Johanningsmeyer. On behalf of Anthony, Gary, and myself, thank you for listening. Be sure to join us again next week at halftime of next Friday night's football game for another episode of Inside Homestead Athletics.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back live to Homestead High School, getting set for the start of the third quarter between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger, currently tied at 0. Let's run through some other SAC scores real quickly. Snyder Southside tied at 7. Don't think anyone saw that coming. Wayne Northside up 21-16 at half over the Generals. Concordia up 38-0 over Lures in the second quarter. Not sure why I predicted Lures to win that one. And then at halftime, Carroll leads 35-12. Kind of a rough performance for the Chargers in that first half, only putting up 35 points of offense. I mean, compared to the 76 last week, it's
yeah, I tried to convince you that you were wrong in picking Lures, but you don't listen, so I'll go up by some more. So, all right, time to lock in here, right?
Wonder how Brody Glenn and Carson Clark are doing and all of them over there. We saw them last week. Thought they are a good team, but not showing it on the scoreboard tonight. But yeah, back to this game. Homestead to kick off. Getting a little bit colder. We're in the press box, but still chilly, I'll say.
Yeah, I stepped out of the press box there at halftime, and it was a little chilly out there, but not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Start of the third quarter as Bishop Dwenger kicks off to Homestead. No score yet. Looking forward to a great second half, Chris.
Yes, definitely. Maybe looking to see some offense getting going, but I'm sure the defenses will come out strong like they were in the first half.
Kick is up in the air. Fielded by Smith. Across the 25-yard line, about to the 30-yard line. Desmond Smith, the return for Homestead. And the Spartans will start on offense the third quarter. Something we didn't mention. Ran out of time at halftime. That was Brendan Lytle's first interception of the season. Graham Collin, when he picked him off at the buzzer to end the second quarter. So a turnover on Brendan Lytle, his first pick of the season. Homestead starts on the 30 this third quarter.
That interception couldn't have came at a better time there for Homestead, getting that turnover right before Dwenger was going to score there, getting an interception.
2 out right, 1 out left. Ball snapped. Play action. Intended for Sparrow, but incomplete. It'll bring up 2nd and 10 now, 11:50 to go. The third quarter, no score.
Maybe coming out with the strategy here of short passes for big gains. That could be one of the things that Homestead's going to look to do on the offense side of the ball is throw short passes but get big gains out of them.
Homestead had about 29 yards of total offense in that first half. Dwenger about, I think, 135 or so. 2nd and 10. Ormsby throws to the right side. Intended for Kistler. A drop by him. And 3rd and 10. Puts the Spartans in a tough position to start this third quarter. Just 13 seconds in, and Homestead facing a 3rd and long.
Right. I mean, this is kind of a tough drive for Homestead, but it's also kind of like the say what happened in the first half. But you got to look to get something going here for Homestead. Your defense stepped up all night, but you got to help them out.
Homestead was 2 of 6 on third downs in the first half. 3rd and 10 here from their own 30. Back to throw is Ormsby. Deflected and incomplete. Deflected at the line. That's 4th and 10, 3 and out for the Spartans. And almost as if Dwenger receives the ball to start this third quarter after using not even 20 seconds of game time off the clock.
Right, exactly. The passes don't take, that much time off the clock, so Dwenger's getting the ball back with a fresh set of time, like you said in the start of the second half. It's just like a fresh set of time.
Dixon to punt. Had a 54-yard punt to end the second quarter. Punts it away here. And it looks like Dwenger going to let it go to about the 26-yard line. So the Saints start a quarter plus a penny yardage.
Yeah, definitely.
If anyone gets that reference. Oh, my mistake. That splits 2 pennies. 27-yard line.
I don't really get that reference, but I like it, though. That's a good reference.
11:32 to go. In this third quarter, no score. Dwenger, their first possession of the half. First Dwenger offensive possession since Lytle threw that pick to end the second quarter as time expired. Handoff up the middle. Maybe 1 yard, as this Dwenger team has plenty of running backs. That was Aziz Dixon with the carry for the Saints. Didn't really see him in the first half at all.
In the first half, Dwenger, they like to run with the H-back, and that's what they're comfortable with, but they ran it with a fullback, so maybe they're switching something up on offense. Maybe they learned something that they talked about at halftime, not running with the H-back now. Now they're running with a fullback. So that's just a change for the Dwenger offense.
2nd and 9, 10:55 to go. Lytle throws the right side, and it's caught. Brought down by Desmond Smith. That's Rocco Sioka. A couple yards short of the first down marker. Flag against Dwenger. It's like it was holding.
Tough break for Dwenger there, taking a penalty like that. Moving them back for 10 yards.
Yeah, replay of 2nd down, bring him back 10 yards. Tough break for the Saints as they got close to the first down marker. Lytle to Sioka. QB to receiver. Lytle's favorite target by far. Sioka about 300 receiving yards coming into this one.
Yeah, that's definitely his biggest target for this year is Rocco. He's thrown to him a lot this year.
Sioka on the far right. Smith the corner for Homestead. Lytle keeps it himself. Runs along the left side. Spins around a defender. Still on his feet. And gets across the original line of scrimmage. Gain of about 10. Bring up 3rd and 9.
So he just made up the yards from that penalty there. Brings up a tough 3rd and long from here. So Homestead, if you're on the defense side of the ball for Homestead, you're looking to get a stop here to get the offense back out there. The offense struggled in their first drive, so maybe look to get them back out there and get some momentum going.
9 yards needed for the first down for Bishop Dwenger. No score. 9:50 to go in this 3rd quarter. 3 out right, and a flag.
False start on Bishop Dwenger there.
So a couple early penalties for Dwenger to start this 3rd quarter. It's usually a very disciplined program, and you don't really see a ton of penalties from the Saints side, but 2 in a couple plays. 3rd and 14 now.
Yeah, like you said, Dwenger's normally well-disciplined and doesn't take penalties like that, but they've taken 2 already, so Homestead's got to take advantage of that.
9:29 left. This 3rd quarter, 3rd and 14 from the 23-yard line. Ball snapped. Lytle to throw. Can't find anyone. Still on his feet. Chase down. Chucks it right. And not on the same page with his receiver. That's incomplete. 4th and 14. Saints going to have to punt it away.
Looks like it was Isaac Barkus there trailing the wide receiver, keeping up with him, which made Lytle, a little hesitant to throw the ball with Isaac Barkus coming from behind the wide receiver there.
This will be the 4th punt of the game for Dwenger. Their punter, Simon Garrett, had a season high in the first half, 54-yard punt. Chambers to return for Homestead about the 41-yard line. Fourth and 14. Punt for Dwenger is up. Chambers catches it at the 40. Runs to the right side. And brought down about the 43-yard line. So Homestead, pretty good field position.
Yeah, definitely starting, ahead of the 40. That's always good field positioning, and it looked like Chambers was trying to cut up the middle and then bounce to the outside, trying to find an opening, but couldn't find one there. But like you said, good field positioning here to start for Homestead.
Spartans went 3 and out in their first possession of this half. Let's see if they can potentially score here. No one scored yet this game. Both defenses, 2 of the best in the conference. 0-0, 9:07 left. 1st and 10 from their own 42-yard line. Ball snapped. Hand off to Hardwick up the middle. It's nothing on 1st and 10. Bring up 2nd and 10.
I'm telling you what, this run play that Homestead does when they run it up the middle has not worked all night. So I think that's something that Homestead has to look to change here. Maybe run it to the outside or something because the run up the middle isn't working.
The D-line of Joe Eddy, Jack Knight, and Benji Tittman strong for Bishop Dwenger as they've really bottled up Hardwick this game. one of the conference's best running backs, but had a tough night so far. 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line. Chambers motion to the left side. 2 out left and 1 out right. Ball snapped. Play action. Ormsby keeps it himself and's hit hard and brought down for a gain of 3. Bring up 3rd and 7.
It's a good run there for Evan Ormsby. The sideline likes it when a player, runs another player over there, and that's what Evan did, so that got the sideline pumped up there, but brings up a tough 3rd down. Homestead's definitely looking to convert here.
Hurry up offense, 3rd and 7. Looked like Homestead was about to snap it right there. Now they look to the sideline and get the play. 3rd and 7 from their own 45-yard line. 7:48 to go, no score. Homestead looking to bounce back after a home loss week 1. First home game since then. Ball snapped. Back to throw is Ormsby. Plenty of time. Across the middle. That's Ethan Chambers with the catch for the Spartans. First down, Homestead.
See, that's a good passing catch there for Homestead right there. Evan able to throw the ball. Now they're moving quick.
Hurry up offense for Homestead. Don't see that a lot this season. 1st and 10 from the Dwenger 40. Back to throw, Ormsby. Anderson, they say hit the ground.
Ooh.
Official was right there as we saw that clearly, and that was a close call, I'll admit.
I don't know. I'm farther back, but look completed, but Homestead's definitely looking to speed the game up here.
2nd and 10 from the Dwenger 40. Ormsby back to throw. Short pass for Anderson. Caught. Across the 35. Still on his feet. Brought to the 31-yard line.
Just keep the offense moving. I like this here for Homestead. Just keep it moving. Don't stop. Just keep the momentum going. I like that there for Homestead.
9-yard pickup, 3rd down and 1 for the Spartans. Kistler out right. Anderson out left. Sparrow in the slot along with Chambers. Hand off to Hardwick. Gets the first down. Braden Hardwick for Homestead. Able to gain a couple.
Good
3 yards he gains on that 3rd and 1.
Good run for Braden Hardwick there. Keeping the momentum going. Just keep the offense going. I like this here. Speed it up.
Hardwick's someone that averages 5.9 yards per carry. About 150 rush yards per game. And again right there. Hardwick again.
Just
gain of 4 yards.
Just keep the ball moving. They're moving positive yards. They're not going to stop. Just keep the offense rolling. I like this right here.
Homestead offense moving so fast. Look down at my paper, and they're already running a play. First time all season we've seen them run this hurry-up offense. Ball snapped. Back to throw. Ormsby across the center. That's complete. Gage Sparrow for the first down. Spartans. Homestead marching to the end zone.
Homestead's got it figured out right now. They're moving the ball quick. They're getting some positive yards. This is what you like to see here for Homestead.
0-0, 6:12 to go. 1st and 10. Hand off to Hardwick along the left side. About to the 8-yard line. Gain of 4. Bring up 2nd and 6 with about 6 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. No score.
Homestead's just not going to stop. I like this. They got the momentum. Keep running the ball. Don't give Dwenger a chance to substitute players in. Get them tired.
2nd and 6. Ormsby throws left side and caught. Anderson, touchdown, Homestead. Nate Anderson puts the Spartans up 6-0 against Bishop Dwenger. 5:44 to go in the 3rd quarter. Big play.
What a passing catch there for Homestead. Keep the momentum going. Evan finds him in the in the corner of the end zone. What a pass. What a catch there for Homestead. First on the board. Great drive there for Homestead. No stopping that Homestead offense on that drive. That was great to see.
Dugan on for the PAT. Anderson's 3rd receiving touchdown in 2 weeks. Had a pair last week against Lures. One right there. Dugan, 5 of 5 PATs on the season. Put Homestead up 7-0. That was a great throw by Ormsby, and Homestead's offense figured something out in that last drive. Kick is up and good. Joe Dugan puts the Spartans up 7-0 and Homestead first on the board between a battle of 2 of the best teams in the SAC.
That was a very good drive there for Homestead. They got it figured out. They got some momentum going. Couldn't ask for a better drive if you're Homestead. So it was a very good drive.
And we haven't seen that out of Homestead all season. Ormsby making pretty much every throw. Hardwick, big yards, big gains, every play. And Homestead's offense, the hurry-up offense, like we said, that's a rare sight. Haven't seen that at all this season. Even when the game clock was stopped and they could take their time, they still went for it on hurry-up offense, and it paid off as Ormsby found Nate Anderson for the touchdown, his third of the season.
Big shout out there to the Homestead offensive line there. That was a very good drive for the O-line. Like I said earlier, Jaden Abelhaka, Brady Parker, Owen Heyer, Sean Rice, Nick Schweitzer in there, stopping the Dwenger defense and getting Hardwick up the middle and throwing some good passes there. That was a great drive for the Homestead offense.
So Homestead first to strike in this one. Took about 2.5 quarters. You got to think Dwenger, already motivated after the loss last year by 2 points, prevented them from winning the bell for the second straight year, now down 7-0. Let's see what the Saints have as Carter Dixon kicks off for Homestead. O'Keefe to receive for the Saints, and O'Keefe doesn't even return it. Touchback. Nice kick by Carter Dixon. 1st and 10 from the 20 for Bishop Dwenger as the Saints, I believe this is their second possession of this half. First one ended in a punt.
Like you said, Dwenger definitely is not sitting well. This is the revenge game for Dwenger after that loss last year, and I'm sure they'll come out here and maybe try and light some fire in the offense and get some momentum going.
So Nate Anderson with a touchdown reception for the Spartans to put him up 7-0. 1st and 10 from the 20. Lytle, handoff to Dixon, number 27 for the Saints. Gain of a couple on 1st and 10. Bring up 2nd and 7.
The thing is, though, Dwenger's offense is doing like completely different than what Homestead. I mean, Homestead was going quick. Dwenger's just taking their time, and clock's running down, and Dwenger's just taking their time on offense.
See how the Saints respond. 3-0 on the season, 1-0 on the road. Lytle, the quarterback, is senior. Hand off to Dixon on the left side. Has room and gets the first down for Bishop Dwenger. Gain of about 9 yards on 2nd down.
It's a good run there for Dwenger, getting some positive yards there, picking up a first down, trying to stop the momentum that Homestead has going right now. So if you're Dwenger, I mean, I'm sure you're looking to go right back to that again. Dwenger, when they get comfortable, they keep running it, so maybe we'll see that again.
Aziz Dixon, the 3rd-string running back, making some plays for Dwenger.
Homestead took a timeout there, maybe trying to figure something out.
As Homestead leads 7-0, 4:49 to go in the 3rd quarter. We're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
We've got Homestead volleyball action coming up next Tuesday on Homestead Live as the Spartans take on the Huntington North Vikings. Only on your exclusive Homestead sports video provider, Homestead Media, on YouTube. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Gain of about 7 on that first down. 2nd and 3 now for Bishop Dwenger, 4:25 to go in the 3rd quarter. 7-0 Homestead, broadcasting live from Homestead High School. It's been a nice game so far if you like defense.
Yeah.
But Homestead's strike first last drive is a run by Dixon
maybe a
Close to the first down, but a penalty.
On the Saints. Pointed towards the Saints.
We've seen. That's a lot of penalties. I believe at least three in this third quarter already on Bishop Dwenger. Something that the coaching staff is not happy about, obviously. Silly penalties like that are never really good.
Especially as of right now, when Dwenger's got some momentum going on offense, you don't want to take a bad penalty like that. And like we said earlier, Dwenger's undisciplined, but tonight it's showing differently.
Dwenger averages 31.7 points per game. Currently at 0. 3:50 to go in the third quarter, down by 7. 2nd and 8. Play action. Lytle. Incomplete, intended for Sioka. 3rd and 8 now for the Saints.
You know, if you're a Homestead fan, wouldn't it be great here? Get a stop on 3rd down, get that offense back out there, maybe get some momentum going again. There's a big stop here for Homestead on 3rd down.
Yeah, that's when Homestead is able to slow it down. They're able to make a stop here on the offensive end, not go for it.
Right.
Already have a lead. 3rd and 8. 2 out right. Ball snap. Lytle runs to the right side. Throws it deep. And that's incomplete. Perfect defense by Desmond Smith. Probably hoping for a pick right there, but incomplete. Intended for O'Keefe. 4th and 8. As Dwenger out to punt again.
Couldn't have timed that turnaround there by Desmond Smith any better. He turned around right at the right time, deflected the ball, went past him. Big stop there for Homestead on 4th down. Get the ball back here for Homestead.
Chambers to return, standing at his own 30-yard line for Homestead. Spartans up 7-0. Punt is blocked partially. Bounces to about the Homestead, keeps rolling about the Homestead 40. Oh, that was a bad bounce if you're a Homestead fan. Keeps rolling to about the 37-yard line. Looks like the punt was partially blocked.
Yeah, definitely. That could have went worse for Dwenger, but they got a half-decent bounce out of it. So Homestead starts on, looks like the 38, 37. So it's not bad field positioning here for Homestead. And maybe let's see if they come out with that fast-tempoed offense again.
We'll see. 3:22 left in the third. They lead 7-0. Homestead on offense. 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. Kistler out right. Anderson out left, who just caught the touchdown last drive for the Spartans. Chambers and Sparrow in the slot. Ball snapped. Play action. Ball's deflected, and that could have been dangerous. Incomplete, though.
Yeah, good thing no Dwenger player there had an eye on the ball. Couldn't see it, so ball deflected down there. 2nd down here. If you're Homestead, you got to keep look at this. Fast-tempoed offense again. They're hurrying back to the line.
2nd and 10 from the 38-yard line. That's against Dwenger. Some movement on the line.
That's when maybe fast-tempo offense pays off right there. Dwenger gets a little antsy. If you're Dwenger, you got to calm down and just do your job.
Encroachment on Dwenger. Saints struggling to handle with this high-powered Homestead offense and fast-paced Homestead offense this third quarter. As the Spartans face a 2nd and 5 from the 43-yard line.
Now they kind of slowed down here.
3 out right, 1 out left. Ball snapped. Ormsby to throw. Across the middle. Incomplete, intended, and off the hands of Chambers. And Ormsby is down. That could be a late hit as Dwenger went after Ormsby. That's roughing the passer. And Evan Ormsby having a great third quarter, and he's a bit shaken up. So Dwenger doing what they want and slowing this Homestead offense down. Automatic 1st down, but the question is Evan Ormsby shaken up. And
looks like he's just going to walk it off, stay out there. But thing is, does that injury maybe slow down the offense a little bit? I mean, you know, the fast tempo offense they've been running, can they still do that?
Yeah, he's going to come out. It looks like Ormsby, that's tough, as he took the hit. As Grady Swing runs onto the field, a junior, 6'3", 180, a great basketball player, and that's tough if you're a Homestead fan. Evan Ormsby. Dwenger, I mean, Obviously didn't intend to hurt him, but big break for the Saints as Homestead's offense moving now. Swing, who's hasn't thrown a ton of passes in his career, at least on the varsity level for Homestead. 2 out right, 1 out left.
It looks like Evans getting ready to come back in here maybe next play.
Hand off to Hardwick along the left side, evades a tackle, and spun down by Adam Lee of Bishop Dwenger. And Ormsby back in, that's good to see. Hardwick gets a couple on 1st and 10. 3:04 left in the third quarter, 7-0. So Grady Swing does his job, and Ormsby back out there.
Gets the ball cleanly handed off there. Did his job like you said, stepped in and got the handoff there.
It's been an exciting game so far. 7-0. 3:04 to go. Homestead on top.
This break right here kind of gives Homestead a chance to regroup and, figure out what they want to do here on offense. They got good field positioning right now. I mean, they're moving the ball good, and it's like last drive. They're moving the ball in the positive yards.
This Homestead team looking to get a big win. It certainly would be a big win. Dwenger undefeated right now, 3-0. Homestead 2-1 after a tough loss week 1 at home to Northrop. Ball snapped. Ormsby back into throw. He's chased, hit hard again, and that's intercepted, and Ormsby down. Flag on the play, and Ormsby trying to make the tackle for Homestead, and that's exactly what Dwenger needed, a turnover. But a flag is down.
There's a flag on the play.
Looks like Via Cable with a pick. The lineman, you don't see that a lot.
Right.
Holding caught on the Spartans. A penalty
Holding against Homestead, so it'll go to Dwenger, and that's what they need, Bishop Dwenger. A turnover, and they're moving.
Yeah, definitely. They got the ball back now. Now momentum's kind of swinging. So Dwenger's got the ball, and they're going to look to get some positive yards here.
You have to wonder how Ormsby was feeling. Came back in the game, but probably not at 100%.
And then takes a hit like that.
Takes a big hit.
Right.
1st and 10 for Dwenger on Homestead's 47, 7-0. Spartans on top. Hand off to Devin Tittman. Pickup of 7 on 1st and 10. Bring up 2nd and 3.
I think if you're Homestead, just kind of something I talked about before the game is you're going to get a turnover. This would definitely be a drive to do it and trying to get the ball back. Maybe get some momentum going. But Dwenger's going to look to move the ball here. They just got, a good gain there, 7 yards. So they got the ball moving.
Sioka outright for Dwenger. 2nd and 3. Lytle handoff up the middle. That's Louis Tittman. About to the 30-yard line. 1st down and more. About a 10-yard game.
Good run there for Bishop Dwenger. Moving the ball, getting a 1st down. They definitely have all momentum riding in their favor right now. Homestead's got to stop that.
Louis Tittman, 100 rush yards coming into this game on 27 carries. No rush touchdown yet this season. Well, we could see that soon with the way Dwenger's moving their offense right now. 1st and 10 from the Homestead 31. Under 2 minutes to go in the third. They trail 7-0. Handoff to Louis again along the left side. And he's brought down by about 5 Homestead defenders. Palmer was one of those in there.
Homestead figuring out the run a little bit there. Getting a stop. Brings up 2nd down. So if you're Homestead, you got to dig deep here. Points is definitely not what you want to give up. And if you're Dwenger, you want to see some points up on the scoreboard.
3-yard pickup on 1st and 10. Now 2nd and 7 for Dwenger. On Homestead's 28, can they score? Trail 7-0, 1:20 to go in the third. Lytle handoff up the middle and gets nothing. Looked like was that Tittman on the carry.
So this is a big play here for Homestead. 3rd down. You got to stop the momentum Dwenger has. So I'm sure crowd will get into it here. This is a big stop or big play.
Yes, Ormsby threw the interception for Homestead the last drive after briefly exiting the game with an injury. 3rd and 6. 40 seconds to go in the third. Hand off to Louis. And he's stopped by the Homestead defense. That'll bring up 4th and 6. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Dwenger go for it here.
Oh, they'll go for it for sure. This is the biggest play of the game as of yet, right here.
7-0. Homestead leads. Dwenger may let the clock run out the third quarter. Maybe not, though. They're going towards the ball. 10 seconds left. 9-8. Looks like they're going to run a play, maybe.
No. They're trying to catch Homestead to get offsides. They're not going to run anything. They'll let the clock go.
And you're right, at the end of the third quarter, Homestead leads 7-0. Spartans scored in this third quarter, lead by a touchdown right now. We're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Start of the fourth quarter on this chilly Friday night in September. 7-0 Homestead, start of the fourth quarter. 4th and 6 coming up for Dwenger on the Homestead 27. Saints still with 3 timeouts. Homestead defense, 3-9 opponent fourth downs on the season, 33%. To prevent Dwenger from picking up a first down here would be huge.
It's a big play here.
Ball snap, Lytle back to throw. Across the center, it's complete and brought down. Let's see who that was with the reception.
Looks like Rocco Sioka in on that one.
Sioka with the big catch.
I don't really know how he caught that one. I mean, it looked like he had trouble with it, and then the hit came in, but that was a good catch and good hookup there on 4th down. It's a big pickup for Dwenger.
1st and 10, Dwenger going towards the end zone. Handoff up the middle, getting closer to the end zone. Looks like that's 34, Gavin Groves.
Gavin Groves, the ball carrier.
They're knocking on the goal line now. Now they're knocking on the door here, looking to put up some points definitely if you're Dwenger. Homestead looking to dig deep here, get a stop.
2nd and 1 from the Homestead 4. Saints down by 7. Handoff left side. Groves again to the end zone. Can they push him in? And touchdown! Bishop Dwenger, Gavin Groves with the rushing touchdown from 4 yards out.
It's a good run there for Dwenger. They've been waiting all night for that. Finally some points on the board for them. They were pushing and shoving and then finally pushed him into the end zone.
Gavin Groves, the rush touchdown to make it a 1-point game. PAT on the way. Joe Boulanda, the kicker. 11-11 on PATs this season, 100%. Number 99.
Bright neon cleats. I bet that's why he's perfect.
It's away, and it's good. We have a tie game. 7-7. 10:47 to go in the fourth quarter. This reminds me a lot of the Homestead Dwenger game from 2 years ago. Right here at Homestead High School, Spartans were in it most of the game, but Dwenger pulled away late In a similar situation like this, Luke Goody was the quarterback, took a couple big hits by Dwenger, was shaken up clearly in the fourth quarter. And the Homestead offense was not able to get anything going as Dwenger pulled out the win, but still 10:47 to go. Evan Ormsby, the quarterback for Homestead, did go out after a couple big hits by some Dwenger defenders, so hope he's all right.
Yeah, definitely. If he's got to be all right, you know, to help out the Homestead offense. That would be, you know, big if he's not in there.
Anderson and Smith to return, at least all the way back. Kistler and Chambers also a little bit closer. As Bulanda will kick off for Bishop Dwenger. Game tied at 7. 10:47 to go in the fourth quarter. I mean, either way, whatever happens, this Homestead team, they fought hard. So has Bishop Dwenger. It's been a great game so far. It was 0-0 at halftime. Anderson, a receiving touchdown for the Spartans, put them up 7-0. And then a rush by Gavin Groves a couple minutes ago tied the game up at 7.
These teams are tough. Their defenses are tough. This has been a great game. That's for sure.
Homestead 2-1 on the season, looking for a crucial win. That's caught by Desmond Smith. Returns about the 5 across the 15 now. And just collided in every direction by Bishop Dwenger. So Homestead about the 16 or 17 yard line is where they will start.
Tough return there for Homestead, getting backed up in their own territory. Now they got to get out of it here and get some momentum going.
If you're Homestead, this is a big drive. I think it's big for them to, well, of course you want to score, but at least move the ball down the field a little bit. You want to pick up some first downs, run some time off the clock as Dwenger momentum right now. High snap, Ormsby keeps it. And not a fumble, but a loss of quite a few yards. Well, maybe 5 yards, a loss after a high snap. Second and about 15. So not the start Homestead is looking for in this drive.
That's definitely another one of those plays where it could have gone, you know, worse than what it did, but they got lucky there. They got the ball back, so now they got to get it going.
Kistler out right, Anderson out left. 2 in the slot. Finds Kistler at the 15-yard line across the 20. Gain about 5 or 6.
It's like 3rd and 9 here, 3rd and 8. So big pickup here for Homestead if you can get it. And if you're Dwenger, you're definitely looking to bear down and get a stop here if you can.
Hardwick, the running back. Ormsby, the quarterback for Homestead. Kistler out right. Sparrow in the slot. And Anderson way out left for Homestead. On this 3rd and 8 from their own 20. Ball snap. Ormsby back to throw. Looks. Throws. And that's got to be a penalty as Homestead. Gage Sparrow was just pushed to the ground by a couple of Dwenger defenders. And I guess the refs didn't see that one.
How do you not call that right there? That's blatantly obvious, right? Over the middle of the field. Knocked over.
Yeah, that was
Come on. Jeez.
Yeah, that was a... Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to watch that in the replay once this game ends. But that was a huge no call, really, as Homestead could have gotten a first down on that.
It's a really tough break for Homestead. They're not getting it, but you know, now you just got to refocus, I guess. You just got to refocus, get back dialed in.
7-7, 9:32 to go in the game. Both defenses strong so far.
Looks like some confusion, not knowing who's.
Yes, a delay of game on Homestead. Back them up a little bit more. Now at their own 15-yard line after the 5-yard penalty.
Looks like just a little bit of confusion on who's supposed to be out there and who's not.
Dixon to punt for Homestead. Standing at his own 1. Gets it away. Nearly blocked. High punt. That was a good punt. Goes out of bounds near the 40. At least it's where it bounced out of bounds. Not sure where it actually crossed. So Dwenger, some good field position.
If you're the Homestead defense, you got to bear down here and get a stop. You can't let a Homestead offense the Dwenger offense get momentum.
7-7, 9:23 to go this game, and Dwenger and both defenses really shutting down each other's offenses. But I'm really interested after this week to see Carroll and Dwenger, the high-powered Carroll offense against Dwenger defense like this. Two pretty much polar opposites. But this game is a good one. Tied at 7. 2019 SAC champ against 2018 SAC champ. A lot at stake here. Handoff to Louis Tippmann. And that's going to be a loss of a couple. Carter Cronin went in on the tackle for Homestead.
That's a good response there. They kind of slowed the game down, and then you get a response like that, a big tackle. It's a very big play there for Carter Cronin, what they're getting in there, getting that tackle.
Loss of 2, 2nd and 12 now from their own 39-yard line. Under 9 minutes to go in this fourth quarter between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. Game that we and a lot of other people have been looking forward to all season, really.
Yeah, definitely. This is the game that you circle on your calendar.
2nd and 12. Lytle to throw, looks deep, has a man, and looks like he caught it over the defender. Homestead says they have it. Let's see what the signal is. And now Dwenger says they have it. And the officials call that, looks like a completion, as Desmond Smith holding the ball for Homestead, complete other end of the field. We couldn't see clearly. And it looks like that's completion for Bishop Dwenger. A big pickup on 2nd and 12.
Yeah, it's a good pickup there for Dwenger, getting a pass like that deep. That's just another confusing play there, but Dwenger's got it rolling now.
1st and 10 from Homestead's 22. Lytle to throw. Chased by Homestead defender. Flag down. Just throws it out of bounds. And a flag is down. This could be holding.
Looks like it. Looks like the initial, he motioned holding.
8:24 to go. And that is against Dwenger. Holding, 10-yard penalty. It's going to be a replay of the first down. 7-7, game is tied.
So that backs them up to the 37. So now they're backed up a little bit. Your Homestead, you got to refocus here, get a stop. They're backed up now.
Brendan Lytle, 5 pass touchdowns and 1 interception on the season. Graham Collin picked him off in the end zone to end the second quarter for Homestead.
And Graham hasn't been back out there since that interception, so that's definitely something to note.
Handoff up the middle and nothing there. The Homestead defense. Strong Palmerton on the tackle for Homestead, one of the players. That'll bring up 2nd and really long.
Yeah. It's definitely a drive where if you're Homestead, you got to dig deep and get a stop. The clock, it's still got 8 minutes, but that clock is, moving down. And if you want the ball back, you're going to have 5 minutes left maybe. So you want to dig down here and get a stop.
2nd and 24 for Bishop Dwenger on the offensive end at Homestead's 37-yard line. They do have 3 timeouts left. Game is tied at 7. One receiver out left. 2 out right. Play action across the middle. O'Keefe, that's caught. Gets, maybe about 10 yards or 8 yards shy of the initial line of scrimmage. It's going to be...
So still 3rd and long, 3rd and 17 it looks like.
Yeah, 3rd and very long.
This definitely when the Homestead defense, you got to get a stop here. You can't allow a big play. You just got to keep them within the distance here. Because I don't think you kick the ball... even from where they are, a punt really isn't a thing that you go for, and a kick isn't something that you go for. So this would be interesting here.
Yeah, one of those awkward distance situations.
Right.
3rd and 17 from Homestead's 37 minutes to go. Game tied at 7. And it looks like that's Lytle still with it. Gets to about the 5-yard line of Homestead, and the defense just couldn't find him there as Lytle running between the defenders, and gain of 23. 1st and goal now, Bishop Dwenger.
It looked like it all opened up kind of for him. He just found the seam where he's going to go, and it opened up, and he took it. Good run there for Brendan Lytle. Very good run.
The Homestead defense needing to make a big play here. 2nd best scoring defense in the conference. 12.7 points per game. Right now they've allowed 7. 6.5 to go. First and goal from the 7, tied at 7. Handoff left side. Looks like that's Groves. Gets close to the end zone, a couple yards shy. Second and goal from about the 2 now.
Yeah, this is definitely a place where if you're Dwenger, you're looking to dig deep, or if you're Homestead, you're looking to dig deep and get a stop, but Dwenger's got it moving. They got the momentum going here.
The Saints probably just keep running it here.
Right.
Run-heavy offense, run-heavy program, really.
Yeah, that's their go-to.
Lytle handoff. That's a loss. None other than Luke Palmer in on the tackle for Homestead. Big play. You can see him fired up.
Luke Palmer with the tackle for loss.
There's a third down here. Homestead, you got to look for a stop. I look for the fans to get into it here. This is a big play.
2-yard loss. Third and goal from the 5 now. 7-7. 5.5 to go in this fourth quarter. Wow, Chris, it's been an exciting game so far.
Yes, it definitely has. You know, and finally we got some points on the board. The defense have been shown out. Now we got points on the board to show for it. Now the crowd's going to get into it. This is a big play.
Flag on the play. Homestead fans cheering. False start on offense, and the Saints another penalty.
You know, here's my thing. If they don't get it, I still don't think you kick the ball. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see Dwenger going for a kick here and stopping momentum that they have if they don't get it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Third and goal from the 10-yard line as this Homestead defense, led by Luke Palmer, who missed week 1, total 25 tackles in the past 2 games. The senior leader, and Spartans defense needs a big play here. Third and goal from the 10, under 5 minutes to go now. Lytle throws it end zone, and that's caught. Touchdown. Is that Sioka? Or Jack Tittman, rather. Number 83 for Bishop Dwenger. And they go up 13-7.
Good passing catch there by Dwenger. That's a real good pass there by Lytle. He had that tight end open there. So that was a very good pass, very good catch there for Dwenger. And now Dwenger's got the lead with not a lot of time left. Well, I mean 4 minutes, but it's not all the time in the world.
13 unanswered for Dwenger after they trailed 7-0. That's movement by Homestead on the PAT. Probably not going to matter a lot. I don't think Dwenger's going to go for 2 if they get a little bit closer. I mean, it looks like the PAT was good.
Yes.
So probably doesn't matter a whole lot. Yeah, declined.
Penalties declined.
Yeah.
Retry for the extra point.
Just decline from where they're at.
There's no real reason to go for it here anyways.
Put them up 14-7. It's up and good. 14-7. Bishop Dwenger in front now. Homestead needing to make a comeback with 4:49 left, 2 timeouts. They're going to get the ball.
If you're Homestead, you got to look to get momentum back shifted your way. Right now, Dwenger's got all the momentum. You got to get your offense working. You got to get some, deep passes, some good runs. And this is where you got to show that you're definitely a team to watch out for in the SAC is right here. And you're down, you're facing adversity. You got to bounce back.
Yeah, Homestead, they've hung in here with Dwenger, the team that most people predicted to be the best team in the SAC. You could throw Carroll in there as well. We'll check on that score in a little while. But, I mean, you got to be impressed by this Homestead team. They fought with one of the best teams in Class 5A in a program like Bishop Dwenger, looking for another state championship this season.
Yeah, definitely impressed by that. The defenses look great. They had Dwenger at 0 points at halftime. There's a lot to be said about that. And the Homestead offense is, looked all right tonight. So just definitely a very good game and 2 good teams.
As Dwenger scores on 2 drives this half, Gavin Groves rush touchdown and a Jack Tittman receiving touchdown. Nate Anderson had a receiving touchdown for Homestead earlier on. Spartans now down by 7, needing a touchdown and a PAT to tie it up. 4:49 left. Kickoff is up. And Desmond Smith out the 5-yard line returns it out to the 20-yard line. And Homestead will start about their own 20-yard line.
On the return for Homestead.
needing a touchdown to tie it. I mean, plenty of time. You think if they play it right with 2 timeouts, should be enough time for them not to be an extreme hurry-up offense, but you don't want to be too slow.
Right, right. You can still take your time with it. I mean, there's no reason to have a hurry-up offense here.
Turnover would be costly for the Spartans. 1st and 10, 21-yard line. And, nearly picked off. That should have been picked off, but that was out of the hands of, it looks like, Adam Dumford.
That definitely could have been picked off there. Looks like went through his hand, so Homestead definitely got lucky there.
Yeah,
Tough break for Dwenger, though.
I was very lucky for Homestead that Dumford didn't hold on to it. 2nd and 10 from their own 21. Ormsby can't connect. Looks like that was Kistler, or actually Chambers intended for.
Yeah.
3rd and 10 now.
Looked like the pass fell a bit short there. He had him on the route that he wanted and had him open, but it looked like just fell a little bit short, so now it brings up a tough 3rd down.
3rd and 10 from their own 21-yard line. Down by 7. 4:33 left. Ball snap, back to throw. Ormsby hit hard, and it's caught. That's going to be close to a 1st down. That's Nate Anderson. They say 1st down, and Ormsby got hit hard on that play.
Yeah, definitely. And when Nate Anderson got the ball, he's like, go get the 1st down. He got it. Now now they go back to the hurry-up offense here.
3 out right, 1 out left. Now Homestead maybe slows it down a bit or get the play. 4:13 to go in the 4th quarter. They trail by a touchdown. They led 7-0, now down 14-7. Ball snap, back to throw. Ormsby throws it deep, and no one can hold on to it. That's going to be 2nd and 10. Intended for Anderson. Looked like both of them may have got a hand on it, but no one able to hold on to it.
Looks like that cornerback's pretty fast, too. I don't mind that throw, but now you just got to refocus back in. 2nd down. You got to look to get some positive yards here if you're Homestead.
Exactly 4 minutes on the clock in regulation in this 4th quarter. 2nd and 10 from their own 32-yard line. Homestead in need of a touchdown to tie it. Ball snap. Ormsby runs right, and that's complete to Ethan Chambers. Only a couple yards keeps the clock moving. 3-yard pickup. 2nd and 7 now for the Spartans, but clock's still running. They only have 2 timeouts left.
3rd down, this was a big pickup for Homestead. Last possession was the 3rd down. They got it picked up, so we'll see what they do here.
Anderson left, Sparrow in the slot, Kistler out right, Hardwick the running back, Ormsby the quarterback. Ball snap, back to throw. Looks, fires, complete. Ow, hit the ground. Incomplete. In the hands of Nate Anderson, but couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah.
Your Homestead looks like they're going to punt here on the on their own 35-yard line. If they didn't get it, that would be bad. So you think just punt and hope the defense is able to make a stop, maybe force a turnover. Homestead has 2 timeouts.
Punting on the field for the Spartans.
Right, that's just the biggest thing. You got to have confidence in your defense. They get the ball back. If we get the ball back, it might be for like 2 minutes, 50 seconds with your 2 timeouts that you have.
Punt is far one. Out of bounds. Dwenger start around between the 30 and 25 or so in that range. And, yeah, the Homestead defense needs a few big stops right here, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of the big things here is get a couple stops on defense. Homestead's got 2 timeouts, so they can stop the clock 2 times here if they want, which I'm sure they will do to get the ball back. So it's definitely a big drive here for the Homestead defense.
The Spartans lost a lot of great defenders from a season ago. Cam Rogers, Nick Martin, Jake Archbold, Donovan Leonard, Morgan Lehman, a lot of other players, and they've matured well over the offseason and have some more great players. Need to make a big stop here. Handoff to Tippmann on 1st and 10, gain of about 4 on 1st down.
There's 1 timeout there.
That was Louis Tippmann, number 26, a senior for Bishop Dwenger. So timeout called by Homestead.
So this is kind of where, if you're Homestead, you got to get another stop here, and I'm sure they'll go to another timeout there. And then you try and get a stop there on third down. And this is where you got to realize if Dwenger gets a first down, I mean, that could be, the game right there because they just run the clock down. And if Homestead does get the ball back, it'd be with little to no time on the clock.
Yeah, if you're Homestead, I mean, in my mind, the clear turning point was when Evan Ormsby went down with an injury, or at least when he got hit hard, went out for one play, came back in, and ever since then, I mean, Homestead has not looked the same. If you're just now joining us, Homestead looked unstoppable when they were doing a hurry-up offense, quick plays, quick passes, and that's the only drive they scored their touchdown on in this game. But since that point, the offense not able to do a whole lot. You have to wonder how much Ormsby still feeling some of those hits from Dwenger.
That is a very good point, though. I mean, they haven't been right since that hit right there. So that's a very good point, Matt, in saying that they haven't been right since that.
After the timeout, second down and 6.
Second and 6 now for Dwenger. One timeout left for Homestead, 3:11. 14-7, Saints on top. Handoff. Nothing there. Maybe 1 yard. Another timeout by Homestead.
Groves, the ball carrier. He'll pick up a
Gavin
yards
Groves
on the play.
ran it there for Bishop Dwenger. 3:07. If this is
the play of the game.
Play of the game so far.
Right. So far, I guess you're right.
3rd and 3. I mean, not a whole lot for Bishop Dwenger to the first down, and the Homestead defense needs to make a big stop. And if they do make a stop, it'll be, about 2:20, 2:30 or so that they would get the ball, assuming the Saints run it down. But first things first, you need to stop here.
Yeah, definitely. This is where you got to get the stop. You got to dig deep and get the ball back in your in the offense hands if you can.
And Bishop Dwenger 3-0 on the season, looking for a 4th straight win. They beat Wayne, Northside, and Southside. They have a tough schedule. Tonight against Homestead has been no easy task, and the next week at Carroll. So at Homestead and at Carroll for Bishop Dwenger. And right now they're on top, but the Saints, as well as Homestead, in a tough stretch of their schedule.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is Homestead's schedule upcoming is not easy either.
Yeah, tonight against Dwenger, then Snyder, Northside, and Carroll. So Homestead, this is just the start of a tough stretch. 3rd and 3, play of the game to this point. 3:07 left. And it looks like the Saints jumped a little bit on the offensive side of the ball. Another false start. Saints, that's how many, 5th false start, something like that. They've had a lot of false starts this game.
Yeah, 4 or 5. But I'm just surprised because, like we said, Dwenger's normally a undisciplined team, but tonight it's kind of shifting the other way, and that's a costly penalty. They're backing them up.
3:07 left. 14-7, Dwenger on top. Homestead led 7-0. Very briefly, it was 0-0 at half. Now 14-7, the Saints on top. Homestead in need of a stop. Now 3rd and 8 for Bishop Dwenger on their own 38. One receiver either side, and a timeout called by Bishop Dwenger. They want to get this play right. They know that if they get a first down here, it's close to being over.
They were right there at a delay game call almost. So, yeah, like you said, if they don't get this one right, or if they get it right, this definitely could be game over. And if they don't get it, the ball goes back to Homestead, and Homestead look to get some momentum going back their way.
Bishop Dwenger's a team that averages over 31 points per game. That's 3rd in the conference. Right now they're only at 14. So, I mean, still 3:07 to play, but this Homestead defense has done a fantastic job of limiting this high-powered Dwenger offense, forcing Brendan Lytle, the senior quarterback for the Saints, to throw his first interception of the season.
Yeah, all night they've been doing that right. Is just getting big stops, and that's something that I think the Homestead defense prides themselves on this year. Is they're getting stops and they're keeping teams to not a lot of points. And this Homestead defense is for real this year.
Look to see Dwenger maybe go, if they run it to one of the Tippmans, Louis, KJ, or Devin. All 3 of them are very capable running backs. 3rd and 8 from the 38-yard line. Bishop Dwenger. Lytle throws it deep to O'Keefe. Incomplete. That's going to be 4th and 8. That was clean defense by Homestead, and they're going to punt it away. Homestead now with a chance, down 14-7, 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Austin Keyser in there on the break up there of that pass. He looked open, and then Austin came in at the last second there, got in there and broke it up. That's a big stop there for the Homestead defense.
It also saves some time as well, 3 minutes instead of about 2:30 or so. Chambers back to return the punt. And it looks like Garrett to punt. Very good punter for Bishop Dwenger.
Done very well tonight.
4th and 8, Dwenger to punt on their own 38-yard line. They lead by 7, 3 minutes to go. Homestead no timeouts, punt is away. It's not a great one, and it gets a favorable Homestead bounce, and the Spartans will get it about their own 37-yard line.
So now the Homestead offense looks to get momentum going their way. You know, they gotta find some momentum here on offense.
Looks like Dwenger may have had 12 players on the field, but nothing is called. It's Homestead. I mean, compared to the field position they've had the past few drives, starting at about the 37-yard line is a lot better compared to, what, about inside the 10 or so, it felt like.
Right, the field positioning is good here for them. You know, starting after, you know, the 36, 37-yard line. So it's very good field positioning for Homestead to start.
14-7. Dwenger is on top. 2:53 to go in this one. No timeouts for Homestead. Needing a touchdown and a PAT to tie it. Ormsby back to throw for Homestead. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10, intended for, it looked like Nate Anderson, a wide left.
Right, it was either Nate Anderson or it looked like Ethan Chambers was kind of going that same way too, so it threw it a little too high and then too short of Ethan. So tough pass there for Ormsby. Now he brings up 2nd down. You just got to try and get something going here.
If you're Homestead, 2:49, no timeouts. That's not plenty of time, but you don't want to, if you do score, you don't want to leave too much time for Dwenger.
Your 2-minute offense is when you prove a lot.
Ball snap, 2nd and 10. Ormsby is hit, and it's caught by Chambers as Ormsby is helped up by KJ Tippman. He's been taking hits all night long.
Oh, yeah, he's taking a beating tonight for sure. He's getting hit a lot, so definitely need to watch out for that, is how he feels. But 3rd down here.
A 3rd and 3, 7-yard reception by Ethan Chambers, who's been huge tonight for Homestead. 2:45 left. Hand off to Hardwick. Loss of about 1. Hardwick hasn't given a lot of chances to run the ball tonight in Homestead. It's going to be 4th and 4, and this is pretty much the game right here.
Here's your play of the game. This is the play of the game right here for both sides of both teams.
No timeouts for Homestead. 2:20 left. 4th down. Ormsby back to throw. Finds Kistler, and that's enough for a 1st down.
Yep.
Dwenger says he doesn't have it.
But he got it.
But yeah, where he initially caught it, they brought him back a little bit. So that's a 1st down. Still a chance for Homestead. 14-7, they trail. 2:12 to go in the fourth quarter.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2:06 to go. 3 left, 1 right. Ormsby complete to Gage Sparrow, who's tackled about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and Homestead in need of a hurry-up offense. No timeouts. Clock is running.
Yeah, now
150.
Now you just got to hurry up at this point. You just got to find a way to get positive yards, but do it quickly.
2nd and 12 from their own 47-yard line. 3 out right, 1 out left. Back to throw Ormsby. Throws it deep, finds Anderson for the 1st down. Big play, about a gain of 25 on 2nd and 12. 1:35, clock is stopped. 1st and 10 from Homestead around the Dwenger 30.
It seems like Homestead does very well with this up-tempo offense. Normally you get a little concerned when teams start running up-tempo offense because you think that maybe they're going to make a mistake because they're going so fast, but Homestead seems to adjust well to it.
1:35 left. Homestead down by 7. Ormsby runs out right, and he's going to be sacked by Vinny Villacable, one of the best O-linemen in the area. That's a big loss for Homestead, about 10. It's going to be 2nd and 20 from the Dwenger 40.
You can't stop, though. You just got to keep going.
1:15, clock is running. No timeouts for Homestead. Ball snap, back to throw. Ormsby looks deep, right side for Kistler. It's over his head, incomplete. That could have been a touchdown if Kistler was a few steps in front or the ball a tiny bit shorter. 3rd and 20 now. 107, clock is stopped for Homestead. They trail by 7.
This is definitely a big play here for both sides. You got to get it if you're Homestead, and if you're Dwenger, you're just looking to keep them within 20 yards. It's a big play.
Homestead 29% on 3rd down conversions entering this game.
And if you can't get 20 yards, at least get something, because you don't want a 4th and 20.
That's true. Kistler out right, 3 out left.
Flag before the snap.
Penalty before the ball is snapped. And a false start now on Homestead. 3rd and 25. 1:06 to go. Penalties not helping the Spartans right here.
Yeah, definitely not. This is something that, Dwenger struggled with early on was the penalties, and now it's coming back to bite Homestead here. So 3rd and 25 is a long 3rd down. 25 yards, not easy.
45-yard line of Bishop Dwenger is where Homestead's at. 3rd and 25, 1:06 to go, to either side. Hardwick in the backfield. Back to throws Ormsby. Across the middle, and that is complete. Ethan Chambers to about the initial line of scrimmage. It's going to be 4th and very long. Can't spike it here. It's going to be about 4th and 11 from the Dwenger 32. 50 seconds to go. Homestead need to hurry up. 45 seconds. No timeouts. To either side. Back to throw is Ormsby. On 4th down. Has a man, and it's caught! Touchdown, Nate Anderson! Ties it! Or I should say, brings Homestead to within 1. 14-13 on 4th and 12.
What a pass and catch there. Great pass to Nate Anderson. Nate Anderson with the reception. Like I said, Homestead all night is doing great with the up-tempo offense. They've been running that up-tempo offense. They did great. They've scored 2 times with it. So that's definitely something that maybe Homestead's going to turn to this season is up-tempo offense.
And I guess this is still important. The PAT by Joe Dewan, he's perfect on the season.
Right.
To tie it. 14-13. PAT is right down the middle. 14-14, 35 seconds to go. Nate Anderson is 2nd receiving touchdown of the game and 4th in the last 2 weeks for Homestead.
That was a huge pass and catch there for Homestead. Evan Ormsby with a great pass to Nate Anderson. Nate Anderson able to get in there. And, like I said, on that 3rd down, if you can't get 25, get 10. Get closer, and then that paid dividend to that pass and catch there for Homestead.
And I hate to be the one who says it, but 35 seconds left. 2 timeouts for Bishop Dwenger.
Oh, you can't. If you're the Homestead defense, you can't just sit back. You still got to stay up and get a stop here.
As of right now, it appears we're headed for overtime, but let's see what Brendan Lytle and Bishop Dwenger has to say about that. Maybe a big return could help them. But tied at 14. Wow, how about that? It looks like Homestead was out of it a couple times.
Right.
A couple times on that last drive. They were one bad play away from giving the game to Bishop Dwenger. Had to convert a few 4th downs and did.
And you look at it on paper, a 3rd and 25. Going from a 3rd and 25 to a touchdown, that's definitely huge for Homestead right there.
Yeah, Homestead just speechless. They tied it. Looked like they were out of it. Momentum wasn't on their side. And now tied at 14. Nice response from the Spartan offense. 35 seconds to go.
O'Keefe deep to receive.
O'Keefe, number 21, deep to receive for Dwenger. Homestead to kick off. Will be returnable. That is O'Keefe at the 5. Across the 20. Now Homestead has to get him, and they do. Gets to about 32-yard line. 26.4 seconds left. 2 timeouts for Dwenger. And this is where the Homestead defense needs to come up huge. Make every stop.
Yep, definitely. The inner first half, 0 points. That's what you got to do here. Don't let them get anything if you're Homestead.
1st and 10 from their own 32-yard line. Homestead, no timeouts. And Dwenger, 2 timeouts.
You know, if you're Dwenger, you're not necessarily scared to take a shot downfield because the field positioning.
Throws to O'Keefe, and that's caught, tackled inbounds, and Saints have to use a timeout. Clock's still running down. They may need to put a few seconds back on. The 16.5 is on right now.
Austin Keyser with the big stop there, getting him wrapped up. That was a huge stop for Austin there. But, you know, like I said, if you're Dwenger, you're not necessarily scared to take a shot downfield because, Homestead would get the ball back on, like, their 20-yard line with 10 seconds. Nothing likely there. So I'd look to see Dwenger maybe take a couple shots here downfield.
2nd and 3 from the 39-yard line. 16.5 seconds to go, and not really back and forth because it was tied the entire first half at 0, but the second half has been a little bit back and forth. Homestead led 7-0, Dwenger 14 unanswered, and then Homestead a few moments ago tied it at 14. Anderson, both touchdowns for Homestead tonight. 2 receivers either side, Dwenger to take a shot. 16.5 seconds to go. Ball snap, back to throw, Lytle chucks it deep to Sioka, and incomplete. I was going to say there's no way he has control of that. He's sliding out of bounds. 3rd and 3, 10.5 seconds left for Bishop Dwenger. Still a couple more chances to take a deep shot for the Saints.
Right. You got 2 more. If you don't get it here, then I'll give you 1 more. But you got 2 more guaranteed shots, unless an interception. And like you said, anything can happen, right?
Yeah, turnover would be huge right here for Homestead, but I mean, Dwenger, we've seen them go down the field quickly.
Yeah.
3rd and 3, 10.5 seconds left in the 4th quarter, tied at 14 on their own 39. Back to passes Lytle. Chased by Parrish. Hail Mary to the end zone, about the 20-yard line. Nearly intercepted by Homestead, but dropped. 1.6 seconds to go. 4th and 3 now, and let's see what Dwenger does. You think just take another shot at the end zone.
Right.
I mean, 1.6 seconds. Even if you don't get it, I mean, time is gonna expire.
Yeah, just give it 1 more shot here. That's definitely what they're gonna do here, is just give it another shot towards the end zone.
This is what Brendan Lytle, a senior, has been hoping for. A chance like this. 1.6 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Game tied at 14 from the 39-yard line of their own, the Saints.
Homestead fans making noise.
And a whistle. Timeout by Dwenger. Timeout before the snap.
Maybe Jason Garrett saw something, or the offense coordinator saw something there.
Yeah, Jason Garrett's someone we haven't talked about a whole lot. He's in his 3rd year at Bishop Dwenger. 3 total losses, and all of them have been by 8 points or fewer. If you want to hear how good his resume is at Bishop Dwenger, in 2018, won a state championship, 14-1 overall, won the SAC. Last season, lost in 5A semi-state, which is basically the game before the state championship. 11-2 overall, with one of those losses being to Homestead. 8-1, and that was good for 2nd in the SAC. And this year's 3-0, ranked number 4 in Class 5A. So Jason Garrett does a great job for Bishop Dwenger, and his team needing quite a play right here if they want to win this one in regulation. 1.6 seconds left, tied at 14 from their own 39-yard line.
And like you said, though, it's nothing easy about making it to semi-state in 5A. If you make it there, you know you're good. And Dwenger had a good team last year, and they lost 10-7 in that semi-state. So it was definitely a defensive battle, and that's what we had here tonight, is a defensive battle.
Not sure if Lytle has the arm, as probably most high school quarterbacks don't have the arm to get it there. What, about 60 yards to the end zone from where they're at right now? I mean, 1.6 seconds. They could play the lateral game. Maybe. Don't really see that a lot in high school, but.
I know. If they throw it deep, it's kind of hard to play lateral game because you have no one down there to throw it to.
Ball snap, back to throw. Lytle. No time on the clock. Incomplete, and we're headed to overtime. 14-14. Homestead comes back and ties it up at 14. So at the end 4 quarters tied at 14 apiece, and we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Rethink your limits.
Here at Homestead High School Media, we're taking steps to stay safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. That includes limiting the number of workers in the TV studio and wearing masks when not on camera. We also socially distance our anchors each week at the news desk. In the studios, we limit the number of people allowed in at a time, and even our mics wear masks. Thank you for doing your part in helping fight COVID-19.
And now, let's head back out to the stadium for more Homestead Spartan football, right here on the Point 91 FM.
Welcome back live to Homestead High School. We're currently between the 4th quarter and the overtime period. Tied at 14 between Homestead and Bishop Dwenger. And Chris, can you believe that? Homestead, they looked out of it in some way after Ormsby took a few big hits. The quarterback of the Spartans offense wasn't moving. I mean, they punted it away with, 3 or 4 minutes left, and the defense needed to force Dwenger to punt it away, and the Homestead offense able to convert on a big 4th down.
We were down and out there. I thought we were down and out with that. They were backed up, and then, Evan took a couple big hits, so I'm one to say that I thought we were down and out there, and then we got that big catch there by Nate Anderson, and that was a very big play there for Homestead.
And real quick, we would like to thank one of our sponsors who has helped make this broadcast possible. First Federal Savings Bank is a community bank with locations in Fort Wayne, Huntington, and Warsaw. Contact them by phone at 260-436-2100 and online at www.firstfedindiana.bank.
Homestead offense up first.
First and goal from the 10. Last overtime game we saw, Homestead beat Noblesville in sectionals. Ormsby, hand off to Hardwick. Gets a couple yards on first and goal from the 10.
That was a good run there for Homestead there, getting some positive yards. Now they're on the 5-yard line, so a little bit closer. Man, if you're Homestead, you want to punch one in here. Make Dwenger respond with something.
For the Spartans, like you said, important to start out with a touchdown this overtime period. 2nd and 5, or 2nd and goal from the 5. There's no time on the clock, tied at 14, but Homestead has the ball first. Hand off to Hardwick again. Didn't think he got anything there, maybe a yard. Bring up 3rd and goal from about the 4.
They don't get it here. You like to see what Homestead does on 4th down, but get there first.
Palmer out as Sparrow in, the slot receiver. Kistler out right and Anderson out left. Yeah, if you're Homestead, you obviously want the touchdown, but even a field goal, we'll see what Dwenger does. Next possession, team start on the 10-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 5. Ormsby to throw for Homestead. Looks right side, and it is caught! Ethan Chambers, touchdown! Spartans up 20-14 in overtime.
I like that right there, getting a touchdown. What I like about that is the Homestead strong suit tonight is the defense, and now you're putting the game in the defensive hands. I like that right there. Now Homestead defense got to respond.
Chambers, 0 catches last week. Big catch after big catch tonight. First touchdown of the season right there. This is also important. Joe Dugan, perfect on PATs this season. Put him up by 7. Snap is away. Kick is good. 21-14. So the Homestead defense, if they hold Dwenger to nothing right here, they've won.
Yeah, definitely. I like this, putting the game in the hands of the defense, who's been your strong suit tonight.
Spartans right now appear to be in a great position. And a lot of people, I'd say pretty much everyone in the area, picked them as the underdogs, but taking the preseason SAC favorite to overtime, Spartans really showing themselves.
Right, and being up in overtime too. That's definitely something to note.
So Anderson 2 receiving touchdowns and Chambers 1 right there. So Evan Ormsby 3 passing touchdowns, a new season high for him. Dwenger from the 10. Homestead's defense able to stop after a gain of maybe 2. Tittman was the ball carrier for Bishop Dwenger.
Good stop there for the Homestead defense. They're getting a stop, not letting them get anything big. Brings up 2nd and 8. Maybe.
2nd and goal from the 8. So yeah, if Homestead, if they get a turnover or anything like that, Dwenger doesn't score a touchdown, Homestead is 1. But still, plenty of time. 21-14, Homestead on top in overtime. 2nd and 8 for Dwenger. And the running back, has stopped. Looked like that was Tittman. Matt Miller in the tackle. That was KJ Tittman who ran it for the Saints.
Actually, one thing to note is the fact that when Dwenger won the state championship, they went into overtime and won it in overtime. So Jason Garrett and Brendan Lytle, they both have experience in overtime in big games.
And I believe it was a Tittman who ran for the winning touchdown.
Yep.
I believe it was TJ Tittman, not on the roster. If that's correct. A lot of Tittmans, easy to lose track of them. But 21-14, 2 tries for Dwenger to get in the end zone, or else the Spartans have won it. By no means is it over yet, though. Run to the left side. Lytle stopped. Looks maybe 1 or 2 yards short. So the game is right here. Fourth and goal from the 3-yard line. If Dwenger doesn't score a touchdown here, Homestead wins.
Okay, now this is the biggest play of the game.
Yeah, we've said that quite a bit, but it's true.
Now this is, but now I'd say this is the official one. Game on the line.
Wow, what a game. 21-14 Homestead in overtime. Dwenger has to score a touchdown here, or else Homestead upsets the preseason SAC favorites. From the 2-yard line, looks like timeout called by Bishop Dwenger. And the way the Saints were lined up, looks like they might have been aiming to go for a run play.
Yeah, definitely looked like that's what they were going to come out with right there. And as we've seen tonight and in their past games, that's definitely what they're comfortable with. And I guess in big situations, you're definitely going to go to what you know and what you do best, and that's their running game.
And left guard Vinny Villacable, number 62 for Bishop Dwenger, the left guard. They expect him to make a big play for the Saints in this run, along with the rest of their offensive line. Grant Sword, Joe Fabini, Austin Bauscher, and Isaac Lehrman. Dwenger starts 4 seniors on the line and 1 junior. So this is the game right here, but the Saints certainly have the strength on the line to get the run to go into the end zone, and you never know. They might not run it, but from 2 yards away and 4th and 2, or 4th and goal from the 2, 21-14. This is it right here. If Homestead stops them, they lose, and it looks like that's a touchdown. Vinny Villacable scores for Dwenger. They say a touchdown, so Dwenger within 1 now. Good, they go for 2. Probably just going to kick the PAT.
Right. They're just going to kick the PAT here.
But pressure on Joe Bulanda, number 99, the kicker for Bishop Dwenger, a junior. 21-20. This is also the game right here. Dwenger needs it or else Homestead wins. PAT is away, up, and that's good. So Homestead, his defense is not able to make a stop on 4th and goal.
I can't remember if it's the same thing or do they flip-flop.
Yeah, it looks like I see Homestead's offense going back out on the field. So, yeah, 2 overtimes now. And you really hate there's going to have to be
they flip-flop. So now the Spartans defense got to go out.
No, it looks like Homestead's offense is back out there on the field. 21-21. I guess let's see.
Nope, the O-line's taking a seat. Yep, it's They flip-flop, so every other possession.
You're right. That's my bad. 21-21. So, yeah, now Dwenger's in a good spot. They're looking to score and put the pressure on Homestead the next possession. So not much rest for the Homestead defense. But if the Spartans can get a stop here, that'd be huge.
Right.
I was saying earlier, it's tough that there has to be a loser in this game. Lytle to throw into the end zone. Sioka, and incomplete. Would have been a touchdown had he controlled it, but no. 2nd and goal from the 10.
Looked like a well-executed pass there for Brennan Lytle in the corner of the end zone. Gave Rocco some space there to make the catch, but just couldn't hang on to it. Brings up 2nd down here. Homestead defense just trying to keep it going.
Tied at 21 in double overtime. Dwenger takes on Carroll next week. It's not going to get any easier for the Saints. And Homestead, they play Snyder next week. So both these teams have tough matchups next week and still got to finish the game out here. Dwenger on offense. Groves able to run it, and Palmer was one of the players to bring him down for Homestead.
3rd down. It's not actually 3rd down and short. I mean, they're still backed up a little bit. Kind of still at the 10, so it's 3rd and 10. So they haven't got a positive yard yet here. So if you're Homestead, you got to be happy about that and try and keep that going if you can.
Yeah, but as we've seen in this game, until it's officially over, it's over. As Homestead and both Dwenger, they've had 4th down conversions that have been long and seemed like they wouldn't be able to get the 1st down or score a touchdown, and they have. So we'll see what happens here. 2 tries for Dwenger to get in the end zone. Ball snap, Lytle back to throw. Runs to the right side. Throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Flag. And it looks like that could be going against the Homestead defense. Flag on the play.
Or after the play ended, I guess.
And let's see what that is, but that looked like some clean defense. But
so does that make it a fresh set of downs?
Yeah, I guess we'll see what the penalty is. Looks like it's against Homestead. Pass interference. Half the distance to the goal and automatic 1st down.
So it resets the downs.
Yeah, so Dwenger from the 5-yard line now. 1st and goal. And you think, well, I mean, a lot easier to score.
Okay.
1st and goal from the 5. Tied at 21. Double OT. And off to Groves. Gets close. Can the O-line push him forward? Looks like he's short. A yard or 2 shy of the end zone. Bishop Dwenger.
It looks like, the Dwenger O-line hasn't slowed down. They're still pushing, trying to get positive yards, so they haven't slowed down.
2nd down and goal.
Yeah, 2nd and goal now for Bishop Dwenger. Game tied at 21, so Homestead gets the ball after this. So Dwenger, they don't have to score a touchdown, but you think a couple yards away from the end zone, looks like on, what, about the 2-yard line or so? Getting closer to the end zone. Timeout by Bishop Dwenger. Double OT, exciting game. I mean, who would have thought at halftime it was 0-0 that we have is tied at 21-21 right now, right?
Right. I mean, I'd assume we would have went into overtime with a 0-0 score or something like that. But the offenses are showing up now, and Dwenger's knocking on the door for a touchdown. And if you're Homestead, you want to see your defense dig deep and get a stop.
Anderson, 2 receiving touchdowns. Chambers, 1. A lot of turning points in this game. But if you're Homestead, you got to be happy that you're even in overtime with the way things were looking with about 4 minutes left. They punted the ball away in what they had, 2 timeouts, I think, left. And the defense forced a Dwenger punt, and the Homestead offense able to score a touchdown to send it to overtime. And both teams scored in the first overtime period now in double OT, tied at 21.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Homestead, you're looking to get a stop here. Definitely. So they got it as 4th down. Not sure.
Yeah, it says 4th down on the scoreboard and on the yard marker thing.
So I guess we're going with 4th down here. Big play. Game on or not game on the line, but
I like this call for Dwenger not to go for the field goal.
Right.
Ran it from 2 yards just a few minutes ago. And it looks like they easily got it again. That's a touchdown by Bishop Dwenger. Put him up 27-21. Looks like Lytle ran it in.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that call there. I mean, you just got to have trust in your offense and have trust that they can do what you need them to do. So I like that call there.
Yeah, all the pressure now on Homestead. This next possession to score a touchdown. They lose, similar to how it was in the first overtime period, where Dwenger was forced to score, and they did. And they score right here to start second overtime PAT. Looks like that is good. 28-21. Dwenger on top.
So like you said, now the pressure basically shifts now. Last time it was Dwenger had pressure. Now we got pressure. So Homestead's offense needs to lock in.
A turnover, either on downs or interception or fumble, will give Dwenger the win. Homestead needs a touchdown right here to keep the game going in second overtime period.
I actually kind of like this, though. I mean, Homestead's offense wants to prove that they can do something in, big opportunities. So would like to see Homestead score here and prove who they are.
Most points scored against Dwenger all year is Homestead right now. Hardwick runs up the middle, flag down, couple flags thrown. Gain of about, 7 or 8
on them.
And Kistler points to the Dwenger
face mask.
Secondary.
Personal foul, face mask on Bishop Dwenger.
Face mask on Dwenger. So if you're Homestead, an even better field position now, and you think they got to score a touchdown with how close they are.
Yeah, you would think that it's just a walk-in now, but
this is where the Homestead O-line needs to step up huge and make a big block.
An automatic first down.
First down and goal from the 2. Hardwick into the end zone. Homestead scores the touchdown. Braden Hardwick, his first rushing touchdown of the game and his 6th on the season. This has turned into a shootout here at Homestead High School. PAT still pending, though. 28-27. Joe Dugan needing to sink this to send it to triple OT.
Hold on. They call a timeout. They might be thinking of
icing him, maybe?
No, we called it.
Oh, we did.
So we might be thinking of going for it. I think.
Yeah, in a couple minutes, we'll let you know if that was a good decision or not, whether they go for 2.
I don't know. I mean, you got the momentum going right now. You just scored.
I like this call. I think it's all or nothing, right?
If they go for it here.
Yeah, if they go for it, but you think they probably would. Because probably calling a timeout with your PAT kicker probably isn't going to be the best mentally for him.
Nope, they're going to kick it.
There's always a fake.
Oh, boy. Okay, that well, even that I wouldn't run. I would not run a fake kick.
Well, more pressure on Dugan now. He's had more time to think about it for Homestead to extend the game. 28-27 Dwenger in 2 overtimes. PAT down the middle. Joe Dugan clutch again for the Spartans. 28-28 triple OT.
So now it flip-flops back. Homestead on offense first now.
And this is what we like to see now. Homestead on offense the first time. 28-28, and wow, Chris. 56 combined points scored in the second half and in these overtime periods. It was 0-0 at halftime, which if you were just looking at the box score in the newspaper or online the day after, you didn't know anything about this game, you would have thought it was a high-scoring game throughout. But no, it was actually a very low-scoring game. Defenses ruled in the first half, but the offenses kind of took over in the final 2 quarters in overtime.
It was 14-14 at start of overtime. Now it's 28-28. So you're right. It's not, or it hasn't been a big margin throughout the whole game. you know, it was 14-14. So, I mean, the offenses are showing up right now, and if you're Homestead, you want to keep the momentum going and get another one.
Homestead looking to improve to 3-1 on the season in their first home win of the season after losing to Northrop week 1 by 4. Like we said, I believe this is the most, this is the most points, well, tied for the most points that anyone has scored on Homestead, as Northrop, did they only put up 25?
Right. They only put up 25,
this is the most points that a team has scored against Homestead, and the same goes for Dwenger.
Yeah.
Right. The previous most was 14 by Northside, so Homestead's up. I know it's been to overtime, but still.
But this is easily the two teams' toughest opponents all season.
Hardwick runs right side, touchdown, Braden Hardwick puts Homestead back in front. And what was the Dwenger defense doing on that play? They fell asleep. Hardwick walks into the end zone, his second rushing touchdown of overtime, and now his 7th rushing touchdown of the season.
That was a great run there by Braden Hardwick, getting the touchdown, 10-yard run. It was a great run there. Maybe the Dwenger's defense was a little tired coming off the field and then having to go right back out there. Caught him off guard.
Dugan, PAT, important as always. Straight down the middle, Joe Dugan. 35-28. And now Homestead's defense just needs one stop. They can pull out the win. It's too bad this can't end in a tie. Both teams have just played incredible tonight.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1st and goal from the 10. Dwenger has to score a touchdown here.
And I'm sure if they're playing anybody else in the SAC, that's definitely a victory, but not when you're playing Dwenger and Homestead. Definitely a very tough game, and it's been a very fun game to call for sure.
Yeah, if you thought last year's game was good between these two teams and Homestead won by 2 points, 17-15, you'd have to say this is even better. What is it, triple overtime now?
Yep. 3rd overtime now.
This has got to be the game of the year in the SAC so far. I know Northside and Carroll, well, I mean, that was a shootout. Really wasn't close, but this has got to be the game of the year in the SAC so far. Lytle runs out right. Can't find anyone. End zone. Oh, deflected, and it's a touchdown off the hands of, I couldn't tell if that was a Homestead or Dwenger player, but in the right place at the right time, and that's the ultimate lucky break for Dwenger as they somehow score a touchdown after a deflected play. And let's see if they go for 2 or just go for the 1.
Nope, they're going for it.
I like this call.
Yes.
35-34. Homestead needs one big stop. No matter what happens here, it's a great game for Homestead and a great game for Dwenger. Exciting. (35-34). And timeout called by Dwenger. May want to rethink this one. Wow, so I guess this 3rd overtime a little bit different than the first 2 periods as Homestead walks into the end zone on their first play and Dwenger gets a lucky break by a deflection and the receiver is able to hold on to the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, that was definitely a lucky break there.
But still, skill involved. You still have to catch it. 35-34.
It looks like Dwenger, their kicker's still staying on the sideline, so their offense is going to come back out. Maybe they saw something from the Homestead defense or something that they saw.
So if Dwenger converts here, they win 36-35. If they don't, though, Homestead wins 35-34. So this is the final play of the game.
This is the play of the game.
Unless they kick a PAT, and then we might say that later. But this is the true play of the game.
Yep. This is the play of the game right here. Game on the line.
But if you're a Homestead fan, you have to be encouraged what you saw, how they battled against Dwenger tonight, win or loss. Just an incredible performance. For the win.
They're doing all sorts of...
Yeah, Homestead, it looks like they're going to call timeout. Dwenger was not sure what that play was, but players running all over the field, all over the line of scrimmage.
Maybe trying to confuse the Homestead defense a little bit, but they had like every player moving there. That was a wide receiver. Every player was in motion, so Don't know if they were trying to confuse the Homestead defense or something like that.
PAT still an option, but seems unlikely as Dwangers went out there with their offense to go for the 2-point conversion. And Chris, I mean, you can't really ask for a better game than this. Obviously, a win would be nice, but close game the entire way. One team hasn't been ahead by more than 7 points. Both teams led by 7 at least once in this game. And just an exciting game.
No matter who wins, I mean, this has been a really good game. No matter who wins right here.
Yeah, I can't wait to look at that Penn East Noble game. I'm calling out Blitz for not being here tonight. Unless that one also went to quadruple overtime or something like that. But game on the line right here. Dwenger has to score or else Homestead wins. Lytle runs it himself. And it looks like he's short! Homestead beats Bishop Dwenger 35-34. Homestead defense makes the stop they need. Spartans win it in 3 overtimes, 35-34. Wow.
You know, like I said, I like that, though, I like the fact that the game was in the best, or the defense has showed out tonight, and the game was in their hands. They came up with the big stop. That's a huge win for Homestead right there. Huge victory.
I talked to Coach Harkness earlier today. Told him that Homestead underdog, as he and the whole team knew they were underdogs this week against Bishop Dwenger. No one picking them to win, and I mean no one. And they somehow pull out the triple overtime win against the preseason SAC favorite Bishop Dwenger Saints. 35-34 in triple OT. What a game this was, Chris.
You know, like I said right before that play happened, win or loss, this game was the best game we've called all year. You love to see that right there. I mean, what a game for both teams. That was a great win for Homestead, though, getting the upset.
Yeah, 35-34, and woof, got to catch our breath next week at Snyder. But Homestead, this is a great win, and Dwenger, I mean, that's a tough loss for them, but they played good. You got to give some credit to them. They made the big plays. They're a very talented team, and they take on Carroll next week. I'm assuming Carroll won based on how they were leading against Northrop, but we'll have to check on that. So Homestead 3-1 now, Dwenger 3-1 now, and Carroll probably 4-0, and Northrop 2-2. So just a crazy night, at least here at Homestead High School. Thanks to those of you who are joining us.
So if Carroll wins and then Dwenger goes into Carroll and beats Carroll, then the all-decisive game will be Homestead and Carroll. I don't know. The SAC's crazy this year, isn't it?
Yeah, the SAC is just unbelievable. And it looks like we have some stats. All right, let's see this. Evan Ormsby, 183 passing yards and 3 passing touchdowns. That was a really nice game from him.
Yes, that was definitely a great game for him. He stepped up in big positions. Like the equal on that is the fact that he stepped up in that second to, or right before overtime. He threw that pass to Nate Anderson to get us to overtime, and had a very good overtime. So it was a very good game for him, like you said.
Braden Hardwick held to 48 rushing yards, but still had 2 rushing touchdowns. Nate Anderson, 83 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. Ethan Chambers also had a receiving touchdown. And let's see, now looking at Dwenger, Lytle, 180 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. Now looking at team totals, Homestead 62 plays, 220 yards. Dwenger 76 plays, 344 yards, about 124 yards of offense more than Homestead. Yet the Spartans pull out the win. Dwenger 149 rushing yards, Homestead only 37. Spartans committed 1 turnover. Dwenger had 2. Homestead 18 first downs and Dwenger 25. And wow, losing my voice after this one. 3 overtime thriller at Homestead High School. Homestead wins it 35-34. And so many things to take away from this game, Chris. We could be here for hours dissecting every little thing. But overall, what are your final thoughts on tonight?
I'd like to hit on the fact that I think we realized tonight how good this Homestead defense is. I mean, this defense is good. They came out in the first half. Dwenger had 0 points going into halftime, and their defense is good. And Dwenger's defense is good, too. They have one of the best defenses in the SAC, And I think that showed because both teams struggled to get on the board. So this is, tonight, the game we saw, two of the best defenses in the SAC.
Yeah, two really big games next week with Homestead taking on Snyder and Carroll playing Dwenger, and just, yeah, an incredible night at Homestead High School. And thanks to our radio sponsors, Casa Ristorante, First Federal, Savings Bank, Marco's Pizza, Moe's Southwest Grill, Salsa Grill, and Arby's, as well as our exclusive video sponsors, Fort Wayne Orthopedics and Optimum Performance Sports. Also thanks to those in the Homestead media team who helped out tonight, Vice President Ashton Hackman, Caleb Wood, Tyler Veit, Andre Sentlever, and Christina Kruger, along with Adam Schenkel and Andy Dunn for helping oversee tonight's broadcast. That's going to wrap it up for us here at Homestead. Your final score in 3 overtimes, it's Homestead 35, Dwenger 34. Thanks for joining us tonight, and we will see you next week as Homestead travels to Spooler Stadium to take on the Snyder Panthers. You've been listening to the Point 91 FM, a production of Homestead Media.